He's on my screen right now as we speak.
I got him. I got him. I got him. Okay.
All right, cool. Man, on this new technology, did that thing link up fast?
I'm
Holy,
playing. I'm playing
holy.
Alta Teresa tonight, right?
Oh yeah, that's what I was told.
Yeah.
Hey everybody out there in Twitch who is happens to be here with us early. I'm Carlos A.S. Lysing. This is not the first betrayal. This is the pregame warm-up show here for Squaring the Circle. I'm so glad everybody could join in today. Over here on my left is my friend Jeremy Brazil. Jeremy's going to be playing Niv Tanner today, while as over on my right you'll see Patrick Hope, and he's going to be playing Elder Brother Shimada. Below me is Doug Artman, who's still connecting to audio, and we'll get a hold of him when we can. But guys, welcome to the chat and everything like that. Everybody feeling it tonight?
Yeah, I have to start out with a comment on brother Katayama Niv Tanner.
Hit me.
All right, well, you said I'm playing brother Niv.
Yeah.
And really, I'm not playing at all. I mean, I'm not playing around, and you need to know that. You need to know that I'm
yeah. Hey, Doug, how you doing, my man?
What's going on, Doug? How you living?
Good. Just
it's
sleeping.
Good to see you, man. Hey, we're live right now on the old Twitchy stream tonight. So good to have you with us. We're out there. We've already got people tonight. Lord Grendelwolf, how you doing, my man? Gatano, good to see you. Thanks for backing us as ever. I appreciate it.
Peeps.
Doug Artman down there in the bottom is playing Brother Cayuzo tonight, who is the big damage dealer of the group. I'm super excited. That was the James Coburn character from Magnificent Seven. We just talked about that. Amanda's. Oh boy, we're talking with the smack talk early. Would you expect anything else from my man Jeremy, though, for real?
That's funny.
So anywho, guys, we're gonna talk a little bit just while we work out technical difficulties for everybody. Everybody, by the way, all of your pictures look good. All you sound great. That's good. Doug, I was telling the guys, we're just here to chat and have fun. We're talking about D&D in general. We've got some stuff to talk about the campaign that they're running in right now. If we stall out on topics or anything.
Doug, first Patrizzi.
Doug, I don't know much about your gaming history. Tell me a little bit about how you got into D&D, when it was, and what it was like for you, man.
Well, I first got going. I just did like the expert and then the basic. So that was probably back in 1981. And
awesome.
So, and after about a year later, I got exposed to AD&D, so first edition.
Doug, you're a little bit echoey now for your connection. I don't know if you've got if you're picking up on speaker and mic at the same time.
Okay, well, let me.
Just a little bit echoey right now.
Okay, is that a little better? To be
honest with you, Doug, I had a very similar experience to you. I remember I played the Holmes Basic set first. A buddy of mine got it for Christmas. I saw it on the table. I'm like, let's play this game. He's like, yeah, I don't know. It's kind of lame, whatever. I said, no, let's play it. Let's see what it's like. I know your mom and dad got it for you, but let's do it anyway. So we played it, and I was hooked instantly. I played a first-level magic user, and I didn't realize I wasn't Gandalf. I got wiped out in room 2 because I cast my magic missile right away, and I didn't realize that I could only cast one spell a day. I got wiped out by a carrion crawler, but I decided I needed to get that game, and my mom and dad bought me the expert set because I'd already played basic. So of course, all I needed was the expert set, right? I was totally lost. I'm looking at that thing like, what in the hell is going on here?
And then I imagine you saw the dinosaurs in the Isle of Dread.
Yes, I did. I was totally like, wait a second. This is totally not what I signed up here for. This is a little strange. And but as everything worked out, it worked. Are you strapped in right now, Jeremy? Is that what I'm seeing?
I feel like you're trying to bait me to do something, but yes, I am strapped in.
I'm not trying to bait you. I was just messing with you. I'm looking. My new technology actually allows me to watch the Twitch stream live while I'm doing everything. I have about
Cool.
16 windows up right now, and this screen is the connection and everything. We're not clipping at all. This is crazy. So, uh, ah, we're just testing out a bot right now, Jeremy, and it picked you off on, on the chat. Hey, Lamashtu, man, how you doing? It's good to see you. Lamashtu is our good friend Dave Ryak from over on the West Coast, and Dave is going to be taking part in the online game we're running from that we're going to be running. That's basically a bunch of newbies and him. But Doug, going back to you.
Yeah.
So okay, so you got the expert set. What was your first
Got yeah.
character like, and how? When did you realize you were hooked?
We got hooked off the bat. There was like 3 of us that played, and we would rotate who was the game master. I ran like 3 characters. Another guy ran 2. The other guy, I think he ran 1 or 2, or mine when I was game mastering. And so it was we would do that round robin. But we would. My first character was a thief, and let's just say he was better. He was good at sneaking into things, but once he got there, he realized he learned pretty quickly that getting there is not the whole thing. You got to be able to either get out or be able to stand your ground. So
Yeah.
we had some tough times. We ended up losing all of those characters in the famed Tomb of Horrors.
Oh my God! You played Tomb of Horrors first. That was the first
We
game you
did.
played.
We first did expert and basic stuff. Then it was like just like within a month or so later, someone got their hands on that module, and we were doing the round robin game mastering, and so one of the 3 guys like killed all our characters, and so we're like, this is so we had to roll up all the characters. So we lost the whole party.
So it's
TPK.
basically going like my first betrayal campaign is going right now over with these guys.
Yeah, what's going on with them?
So, all right. So check this out. Here's the deal with these guys. They started off in Raddick over on the east coast of the Flanness. They all got together and they were hired by a group called Procan's Eye. Procan's Eye wanted them to help build a headquarters on the coast of Raddick, overlooking the sea, which they did. Patrick's character is a character.
That's actually on the map, isn't it? That's on the map
now. It is now.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
But Anna was nice enough to put it on the map for us. But anyway, Patrick's character is a character named Agrias. And Agrias was the leader of the group. They started building everything, and everybody started going their separate ways. David Aho and Matthew's character started to do various side quests, while Patrick and Jeremy's character did this side quest right now. Well, Patrick's character is a very unusual character. He's a member of this ancient order of elves that, in order to replicate the way that their fighter magic users fight, I have used the martial arts rules from Oriental Adventures to kind of replicate it because it's a little bit unusual. And he found out that he was marked for death by the members of his own order. They looked at him like he was a traitor to the order. He's not even 100% sure why this is. There's been a couple assassination attempts on him and whatnot. Well, he found out that there was this tower called the Tower of Shadow, the Citadel of Shadows up in the mountains by Raddick, which he went up to. And before long, he discovered that the leader of it was a renegade member of his order that was a master of the order. Her name was all of them named themselves after a color and a flower. Okay. And she's the prismatic chrysanthemum. She was teaching him her own. Well, it's really kind of a play on Japanese culture there a bit, because the chrysanthemum is very important to a particular subculture within Japan, as Jeremy and Patrick know, and I'm sure that wasn't lost on them when I did that. But in any case, and you can draw your own conclusions on what that really means. But what was I going to say? Oh yes. So anyway, Patrick was learning from this this master, the prismatic chrysanthemum, who has her very own style. The style is heavily influenced by the 3.5 rules for shadow mages, because everything that she does is based on shadows. Well, she has this trick that she calls flicker, a mystery of shadows she calls flicker, in which it's like blink, Doug, in which she teleports rapidly from one place to another. And
Oh, wow.
think about it in Nightcrawler terms from the X-Men, where it's teleport hit, teleport hit, teleport hit. Well, the whole group ended up in this temple, this fallen temple, not long ago. And to save a member of the group, Agrias, Patrick's character, says, I'm going to have to flicker. I'm going to teleport in there, try and grab her, and teleport out. And I said, Patrick, you realize that since that is a high level mystery, you have almost no chance of doing it. He says, I got to do it anyway. So he tried it, and he rolled super low for it. He got the first teleport, great. He got her. Everything's awesome. Okay, time for the second one. Failed it. So both her and him fell into shadow, and no one has seen them since. They may be trapped on the plane of shadow at second level.
And it was a bad fail, by the way.
It
It was a really bad fail.
It was a horrible fail.
Oh,
So, yeah.
man.
And by the way,
Great.
thank you so much, Lamashu. I hope for tuning in. I hope you get the job too, man. That'd be friggin' awesome. But yeah, that's where they're at right now. Is that Jeremy's character is exploring the temple in more detail, because he's moving towards the bard class at one point in time, and if he can get there, the idea is that he's already starting to do the lore thing, the lore master thing, where he's accumulating as much lore as humanly possible and things like that. So he
I just don't get experience for it.
no, not yet. He doesn't get experience for it, but he's building up. The way I want to do it is, so when he eventually becomes a bard, it makes sense. He's got this whole basis of lore and things like that. He just does it all of a sudden. Hey, I can start doing things that bards can. I can start using legends and lore. That makes no sense whatsoever. So what he can do is, when he does become a bard, he goes, I know. Let me look in my notes. I know I've heard something like that somewhere. He goes back through his notes. Oh my gosh, yeah, you know what? I have it right here. This is what I know about this particular stuff. So he's going back through this temple, which is dedicated to a religion not native to the Flanness. He's found out that it was from some survivors of some great event that happened overseas, and they fled, and they ended up in Radek on the coast, and they established this temple here. And so he's learning as much about it as humanly possible, while the rest of the group is while Patrick is in shadow right now, because the way that Patrick's mistress works, the prismatic chrysanthemum, he's learned that such is her. Let me go back a little bit. Are you familiar with the illusionist spell Shadow Walk?
Yeah, where you can just kind of really make good time, to say the least.
Well, we've learned through Shadow Walk is that 1 mile progressed in Shadow Walk is 7 miles on Earth.
Yeah, it's 7. Is that 7 leagues or something?
7 leagues. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Yeah.
And we've also learned that time passes differently there. Such is his mistress's explorations into the plane of shadow and into the mysteries and nature of it, that she doesn't perceive time or distance in the same way that humans do anymore. In fact, she lives in different times and places at the same time. She lives in the future, present, past. She'll say stuff to him, like he'll say something to her and she'll be like, yes. She goes, yeah, you said that to me before. And he won't really understand. Now he understands what she's talking about. Or she'll say something like, oh yeah, she'll hand him something and he'll be getting ready to ask her about it. Well, that's because he's already before. She knows the future. Yes, I knew you needed this. Well, it is Jeremy's character's his supposition that she knew that this would happen, and she actually planned it so that he could actually have a greater union with Shadow, that he actually because he feels the reason why she is like she is because she spent too much time on the plane of shadow, and now she's doing the same thing to Patrick's character. Is she actually arranged events knowing that he would do this?
So I've got a question now.
Sure.
Patrick's character that's in the shadow, what's his experience? Does he know the experience, or
No.
I mean, what's it like?
This is all
Or is it just darkness?
It's all brand new to him. We have not run his character since he fell into shadow. We're doing 2 sets of solos with him because I owe him 2 sets of solos, and they will both be on the plane of shadow with him and the other character that he rescued who fell into shadow with him.
Who is a were-rat right now.
Were-rat, by the way. And was in transformed mode when he transported her. He may find himself on the plane of shadow with this angry were-rat right next to him that may disembowel him within the first 5 minutes of gameplay.
Oh, so the were-rat's not his familiar.
No. She was an NPC in the group that was recruited to the group by Jeremy's character. He knew about her and knew about her condition, and she said, "Hey, I'll come and help you guys in Radek." She traveled from the Central Finesse and made it to them, and has been adventuring with them. Well, everybody's like, "Hey, this is great. We've got this player NPC with us who really is difficult to hurt because of her lycanthropy." Well, now the tables are turned. Now all of a sudden, Patrick's got to deal with her in altered state on the plane of shadow solo.
And try not to kill her. Which honestly, I mean, yeah, you might just have
so many ways that this could turn out, and most of them are not good. So
yeah.
So that's where we are right now with these guys. The rest of the group had a very the rest of the group at one point in time, Agrias said to his teacher, "Hey, could you possibly find a way, because they were off soloing, could you find a way to bring them here to us?" And she's like, "Yeah, no problem. I can do that." So they went off to this temple, and she brought them over. And the way she did that is by reaching through the plane of shadow, grabbing them by the throat, basically, and pulling them through the plane of shadow back into the prime material.
You make it sound so romantic.
At her table. Oh, it was nasty. And so they have some bad feelings about her at this point in time. There's a big lack of trust there, because after she was done, she basically looked at him and said, "Well, my student said that he needed you here. I have no business with you," and walked away from him.
Well, anyone that can dominate you and throw you through dimensions like a rag, that doesn't.
It was
not endearing.
It was a little tough for them. They really weren't sure what to make of her. But yeah, it was. They weren't really sure what to make of her. To be honest with you, it was a kind of a bad situation for everybody involved. Because it was getting yanked through the plane of shadow is not a good time. The plane of shadow is deleterious to human life. It is like there's so much negative material essence in there that living things are not meant to be there. So the experience of being in there is it's life leeching. It is it's sense warping. They got out on the other side and they were throwing up. They were all shook up. I mean, it was a horrible experience for them. So you can only imagine what it's going to be like for Patrick now that he's in there full time. They were in there for an eye blink, and it was bad.
Hey, but that cuts both ways though, because he could be in there long enough and get used to it, and then the prime material plane makes him sick and goofs him up.
Don't you think it's weird that your mistress only stays in that citadel?
No, I don't think it's weird.
Leave the bounds of it, and that it's almost no light is in there. Now you're starting to understand. Now Jeremy just hit on something important. Now it makes sense, doesn't it, Patrick?
Yep. Absolutely. That's as Rainmar is writing in his journal, I've been keeping my own notes, and that's one of the things that made me think, you know what? She probably spent enough time in shadow that she can just barely function in the prime material plane. So she's built this little safe the Citadel of Shadows for herself.
Well, yep, you hit it on the nose. She can't really The reason why she doesn't leave and the reason why she doesn't influence events around herself is because what is she going to do? And
Yeah,
that's
she's
why all those
technically
orcish bodies you saw, they're
yeah,
all right around the Citadel door.
right,
She just tossed him into the gorge when she was done with him because she can't do anything else. Dan
right.
Gormansky, there's my man. How you doing?
He's working on his
He's
audio, I
working on
think.
his audio. He's working on his audio. That's okay.
Hey, I was just taking a nap with my audio.
Yeah. What'd you think, man? Doug, it's pretty crazy how everything is working for these guys. Pretty crazy. Dan, can you hear us, brother?
Yeah,
No, not yet. Okay, he's still working on his stuff. Oh, he muted his mic. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Hey, so have any of these guys have a good read on her heart? Like, do they know her well enough to know if maybe they don't feel like they can trust her, but is she trustworthy?
Here's the thing. We know for a fact that she is by studying the nature of shadow, she believes in balance, okay, between light and darkness. So there's a sense that she might be neutral. However, recent events have implied that the members of the garden are not necessarily good people. There may be. It's really hard to tell. What they do know is that her student and Rainmar have been treated in a very kindly fashion by her.
All right, here's what.
But that doesn't mean she's good aligned.
Let me, I've been sitting at the foot of the mistress here for a couple of months. let me tell you a little bit about what I know. This is what I know. All right.
Are you going to describe her toes?
I'm gonna do even better than that. Here's what I'm gonna tell you. You can trust Alta Teresa to be Alta Teresa, and that's about the limit of it. I wouldn't go getting all touchy-feely about her heart or anything like that because first of all, I'm not even convinced that it's composed of anything but pure shadow at this point. And it beats and it pumps like a black liquid through her little elvish veins if she's even an elf anymore. So I don't know about this whole heart thing. But again, I'm just watching and taking notes. What do I know?
Dan, can you hear me?
A drow.
I can. Can you hear me?
I can hear you just great. Good to see you, my man. We're
Thank
live right
you.
now on Twitch. We're just kind of shooting the breeze about D&D stuff. We're talking right now about the campaign that Jeremy and Patrick are in right now, which is the first betrayal.
Great. Well, thanks for having me tonight.
Is
Looking
that
forward to
another
this.
ticket to you?
Us too, brother. Us too. So Daniel, we're talking right now about what you got, Patrick?
So I have two announcements.
Hit me.
Okay, one, I'm not using the undertow dice today.
What?
Yeah. Two, I'm using this. And I've rolled 5 6s in a row.
It's just as bad. It's just as bad. Patrick has 2 sets of loaded dice over there. Whichever one you want to use is just as loaded as the other. I can't believe that. But Daniel, we're talking right now about the plane of shadow. As I was telling Jeremy the other night, you may remember this. I don't know if Doug does, but in the Pages of Dragon magazine, one of the last things that Gygax did before he was ousted from TSR was he announced 2 products that were coming to the world of Greyhawk. The first was going to be WG7, which was Stoink, City of Wasps, based in Wasp's Nest, the city of Stoink, which was based over in the Bandit Kingdoms. And the other one he promised was a source book called Shadowlands, which was all based on the Plane of Shadow. Do you remember those announcements?
I do not.
I don't.
You guys don't remember those? Okay, well, my understanding is that as Paul Stormberg has dug through the various notes that have been left with Gail Goodrich, that the entire manuscript of Stoink, Wasp Nest, City of Stoink has been recovered. I doubt that it will ever see the light of day. That's just me being realist more than a pessimist or an optimist. I just know how that whole situation with Gale has been working, and I don't put too much credence in the ability of him to get it. If he does, I'm going to be the first one in line to buy it. But yeah, I don't expect that ever to come to light. However, Shadowlands nobody really knows anything about. From what I've heard from insiders, that was just there's an outline for it, and that's about it. So what I've done through First Betrayal lately is I'm outlining my own version of what I think the Plane of Shadows is like, and how it interacts with the Prime Material plane, and in particular how it interacts with Oerth. So the rewards for Patreon that everybody's already receiving, and all three of you, all four of you are Patreon. So thank you for supporting me so well, and everything you guys do for me. I couldn't do this without you guys. But you guys will be seeing in June all kinds of stuff about Agrias, which is Patrick's character. All the variant rule set stuff I've done with him that are based on Plane of Shadow, and he'll also be my guest on Castle Talk, so he can talk to you guys, and we'll talk about variant rule sets and how they support 1E. For example, Dan, you guys are playing Unearth. You're playing Oriental Adventures characters tonight, which means that martial arts is involved. Well, his character, even though he's an elf, he's a member of this ancient elvish order. They've been practicing their own fighting style for years and years and years. What I did was I used the Oriental Adventures martial arts rules and based him sort of on a Kensai character in order to reflect that weird, unique way that he fights. It's game compliant, yet it's just very it's a little unorthodox. So I think it would be very cool for the crowd and for our patrons to see a little bit about how you can use some of the variant rule sets and employ them to create effects that are otherwise not really you can't achieve in the game.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
go
Go
ahead.
ahead.
I was just thinking about a quick.
Go ahead. You first, Cayuzo.
No, I was just going to say, have you woven into any other game systems that you kind of take from? Is there anything else you?
I take inspiration from a lot of different stuff, but I try my best to stay 1E, because one of the main things I'm trying to do here is I've got players here that are just new to 1E, and Jeremy and Patrick, even though you would never know it to watch them play. They're very new to the 1E rule set. They're just dynamite gamers, is what it boils down to. And I have another player who is a 3-5 guy, Matthew Lazinski. So I'm trying to also teach them 1E as we play. You know, they need to have everything needs to be rule compliant. I just am appending various uh, rule sets onto it that are already in the game in order to you know to achieve certain effects.
All right. Well, I might be new to 1E, but I'm not new to this castle nonsense. All right.
It's true, you're not. It's true.
I know what kind of stuff you get into, man. That's just, you know.
Dan, have you ever done anything like that in your various games? I know that you don't. You're another one that you wouldn't know that you're not a 1E player primarily to watch you play and to listen to you in, on when you're doing Grog Talk. And for those of you out there who don't know what I'm talking about when I say Grog Talk, Dan, one of my dear friends in the industry over here, is the one half of the Genius team that puts on Grog Talk, which is a podcast which is held every Saturday morning. It is so awesome. These guys are so engaging. They're hilarious. They do so much different stuff, and you can learn a ton from watching these guys about the game, in addition to just being entertained by it.
Well, thanks for saying that, Carlos. Yeah, we're kind of learning it as we go, because we both came out of the deep freeze, close to 30 years of not playing. So we're learning it, so we do, the random monsters and the spell selection because, we want to learn about it. So it's been a lot of fun. Thanks for the kind words.
Oh,
very cool.
Man, no problem. It's to me, what you guys do is must see programming. I'm super, I'm a huge enthusiast of what you guys do. As you know, I'm a patron. So that should tell you right there that I believe in what you guys are doing.
Thank you. And we feel the same way about you.
No problem. Hey, also to support Grog Talk, Dan and James are they put on a show in Florida every year, which is called Grog Con. GrogCon is appended to Crucible, which is Crucible is a minis convention down there. I went down there last year as a guest of the show, and I'm here to tell you it was such a fun experience. Those guys put on a great show. Dan and James were such gracious hosts. The players there were all expert level players. For anybody out there who wants to go to a good show down at that time of the year, whether or not you're near Florida or not, I sense that before too long, in the next couple of years, we're going to talk about GrogCon in the same breath that we talk about places like North Texas as one of the OSR, the heartbeats of the OSR movement, where you can go and you can see, you can take part in something really special.
Well, that's our slogan is aiming to be the third best old school convention in the U.S.
Nice.
Yes.
Nice.
we know, but we're never going to surpass GaryCon. Obviously, we wouldn't want to. So that's sui generis, GaryCon, of course.
Speaking of old school gamers and the experience, we've got the great Jason Savoda over here watching us tonight. Jason, it's great to see you. Dan, I don't know if you're familiar with it or not because you're not a publisher. There is a document out there called the Encyclopedia Greyhawkana. What it is it gives a reference and a location for the books for every single thing you could possibly imagine. Characters, place names, events, ideas, things like that. These are all linked. It will show you exactly where to go in the various source books, page number and everything, to research these things. It is an indispensable document for Greyhawk fans, and Jason is the one who is responsible for the creation of it. And if you're a Greyhawk fan, we all owe him a huge debt for doing that.
Thanks.
Yeah. Very cool.
Yeah, you guys have to dig one up as Greyhawk fans, because I know one of the things, Dan, that we do for the Hex Crawl is we're teaching people about Greyhawk, but a lot of times you guys don't note certain things about the setting. That is always a great place to start, Encyclopedia Greyhawkana. So just something to throw out there for everybody in the audience. Now that I see Jason out there, thanks so much for creating that, Jason. And Dan and Dan and Doug, that is a document that you guys got to get. It's really helps me a lot as a publisher. I know that because my Greyhawk foo is pretty strong, I would say. But yet, there's always things in there that you'll find out that you don't know that maybe they're outside of your interests or you just missed it. It's in there, and it will be able to help. And I'm proud to be able to tell you that Jason and his crew are working on cataloging some of the Castle Entertainment stuff, and putting it in Encyclopedia Greyhawkana, which to me is incredibly gratifying and humbling because it tells me that the audience out there are starting to view some of the Castle stuff as canon. What do you got, Jeremy?
We got David, I think, knocking on the door to get in.
Thank you.
No worries.
Yeah, there we go. Oh, we got more than that. We got more
right
than
on.
that.
Right him on. Let him in, baby.
I'm letting him in. I missed him because I was talking.
I'm going to start flame tonguing people.
There's my man, J.C. Luxton. Speaking of great Greyhawk players and enthusiasts, how you feeling?
Hi, Carlos.
How you doing, J.C.?
What's up, man?
It's great to see you, brother. How you feeling tonight?
Good. My cat just poured some water on my map, so I'm going to clean that up.
That's great.
That's like the dog ate my homework kind of stuff, man. I don't know if we're quite buying that, dude. Come on, bro.
And that's David Aho down there at the bottom. David Aho, how you doing, brother?
Not too bad.
I see that David. You can see already that David came in here with authority, okay? Because his name at the bottom is David Aho DM. So he's always usurping my position as dungeon master.
Totally.
That's a power move when you come into the room like that.
Well, I guess we know who our leader is now.
Yeah, totally.
Clearly. So, JC, what's going on with you in the world of Greyhawk lately? What have you been doing?
I've been actually kind of sticking my toe into the Kingdom of Selene and
awesome.
because nobody ever does anything with it, and so I've just been going through the Zavoda Index and actually a lot of the old Living Greyhawks stuff, which I just have a huge torrent that the guy who does Greyhawk Reborn gave me, and just I've just been pouring through it for obscure NPCs. noble houses, whatever. I don't even know what I'm going to do with it yet, but that's what I'm up to.
It is absolutely hilarious that you should say that because I was just on like a 10-minute diatribe about the Zavoda index. Jason is actually in Twitch right now watching us. So
Oh yeah,
so right over there should be proof positive, Jason, that people are loving and using that index.
I played with Jason in Lord Gasumba's game, the first part of Horror and the Hools, maybe a couple weeks ago.
That's awesome. I wrote the second part of Horror in the Hools, and that'll be coming out next, hopefully later in this year, early next year.
Cool. I look forward to it.
Yeah, I'm excited about it because it's not my typical fare, as you know. Lord Gasumba, which is Jay Scott, our good friend and one of our most ardent backers here. He does very mini heavy game, and I'm much more theater of the mind role playing, which you guys will never know. And we have a familiar on site too. I see. We have a familiar on site. Look at that cute. I love her.
His name is Scourge.
Oh, it's a him. It's a Scourge. Well, clearly because he's knocking over stuff left, right, and center. So
yeah,
that's awesome. Jason, just so you, as I'm sure JC knows, I wrote a character for last month's Elvish Patreon stuff that is based in Celine, who is a Elvish Cavalier. It was really my way of just wanting to use those rules for the Elvish Cavalier that are in Dragon Magazine. So I wanted to kind of exercise that part of gaming out of my system. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, you're all here. This is my Magnificent Seven right here. I can start formatting a screen. Fantastic. I'm so excited. This is exciting to me. So anyway,
except Tim's just got a big old T on his head.
Yeah, Tim's got a big T on his head. He's King T, but that's all right with me. We all know who he is. JC, that's awesome. For all of you guys that don't know the background of this module all started off with something almost exactly like what JC just said, and it was uttered by JC himself. I'm going to go back to historically, and I'm going to. I just had the biggest flashback. Okay, so I'm at GaryCon about 5 years ago, and I'm running a module. I was inspired by Alan Grohe, probably to me one of the greatest Greyhawk historians and enthusiasts we have out there in the community right now. And one of the greatest guys too. I can't speak highly enough of Alan as caliber of a person he is, but I was inspired by him playing in this Castle Greyhawk game to run my own stuff at GaryCon. And so I came up with a module. I really liked it. I thought, okay, this is, I think this is good stuff. It was all based around the villain Marquesa from the Slave Lord game. And I was done with it. And this is actually, I just realized I've got Kill Marquesa right next to it. And it just disappeared thanks to my digital background. But that's all right. Oh, wait, if I hold it still. It's kind of like a Dune thing, where if you go slow, you can see it. But it's like the slow knife from Dune. But anyway, I ran that Marquesa thing. I had a group of, I just wanted it to be for a couple of my friends, whatever. But much like everything that I ever do, my eyes always get bigger than my stomach. I always like, what if I did this? What if I did this?
I'm not familiar with that at all.
I know you're not, David. I know. I thought to myself, what if I added this? What if I added, a high quality map? What if I invited Luke Gygax himself to play in this? What if I invited a couple more friends? Well, what if I showed up at the table with an actual published module, old school style, and gave it to people, just as for fun? Well, eventually, all this stuff wound up into that, and I showed up at the table, and JC played a character in there. He played the cleric magic user of Weejas in there with a familiar named Spirit, who was a white cat, and JC had a good time, I think, and to the point where he said, "Hey, listen, are you doing anything else for the show?" And I said, "I don't know. I don't think so. Why?" He says, we'd really like to play a pickup game later tonight. Well, again, for me, now you guys know who I am a little bit more. For me, internally, I was thinking, challenge accepted. But outwardly, I think I may be able to, maybe we could do something fun. So I ran upstairs to my room, and I went total Tony Stark in the cave in Iron Man 1. I grabbed all my books. I grabbed all these sheets of paper. I'm starting to throw all this stuff together. So I came up with this idea. and JC played a gnome in it along with one of my other dear friends of the community, Meredith Nepstad. They played gnomes in it along with about maybe 5 or 6 other players, and the gnomes were having so much fun that the player who wanted to be a dwarf the player who was playing a dwarf decided that he was a dead dwarf reincarnated as a gnome and part of their family. That would be one of my other good friends, Jason. Jason played that, and so everybody had a good time in that show. And that JC said to me at the end of that, he goes, that would be really funny. He goes, maybe we could do something else. No, nobody ever plays gnomes. And I was like, oh, okay. Well, it made me think about it. I was like, well, I've got like 5 or 6 friends now from this show that might be interested in playing with me again next year. I'm going to do something just for JC and his friends. I'm going to make a gnome-based campaign. And JC and his friends in that game, they were kind of silly. They did some silly stuff in that, and they had a lot of fun. So I decided, you know what, let's make this game a little bit off the beaten path. I'm going to put it in a place where nothing, in Ulick, county of Ulick, which I had no other real experience with. And really, it's kind of a non-place, really, in canon. So I could do anything I wanted to with it. And I started throwing things in the goulash bowl. I started, saying, let's throw Unearthed Arcana in there. Let's throw Oriental Adventures in there. And that's how I got In Nomine Septem. They got done playing the game. They had a lot of fun with it. Jeremy was in that game. Jeremy had an idea. He kind of short-circuited the game a little bit. His idea was kind of went outside of my playtest bounds with it. Oh, no. I'm glad you did it, because what it did was it gave me an opportunity in playtesting to improve the module.
I'm not actually sorry. I mean, come on.
This is what playtesting is for. I love it when this happens because I get to find the boundaries of the adventure. I get to find out what works and what doesn't with these things, and I can improve the product. I'm all about everything I do is meant to upgrade the experience, right, as I go forward. So we get done with the game, and we're all putting things in backpacks, and JC looked at me, and he said, he goes, this is really cool. He goes, nothing ever happens in the county of Ulick. Just like you just got done saying, nothing ever happens in Saline. And then he said to me, maybe the next thing you do could be like court intrigue or something.
I remember that. Yeah.
Those were his exact words. And I sat back and I thought to myself, okay, well, now I know what the next game is going to be. That is how we got Who Sits Upon the Oaken Throne, which is, again, I'm vanishing in and out with this. This is my new technology at work here. But
that's how dope that module is. You can barely even make it out.
Yeah, it's actually changing reality as we speak. But what it is, JC,
I can relate.
The whole group made the ride to Junri, the capital of the county of Ulick, and they decided to confront the count and say, hey, what the hell is happening up in the north of Ulick? You're not sending out patrols. You're not doing anything. Something's afoot. My court intrigue part came with they couldn't get an audience.
Unintended, dear boy, or what?
David.
They couldn't get an audience with this guy.
David, stop.
They couldn't get in. So, but the Countess was holding a masquerade ball. And they all went out through the community and started finding ways to get into this masquerade ball. Like, they find like an old spinster that had 2 tickets and didn't have a +1. Or they would go to the druid in town and say, hey, I've got an apprentice with me. You can take her. Or two of them even did the old trope where they dressed up as one half of a horse and the other half of a horse and got in.
I remember that.
Exactly. So they're all in there. All these gnomes are in there. And that was the whole court intrigue, is they got to find out exactly what was going on. And if you ever see the title, Who Sits Upon the Oaken Throne, a lot of people hear me say that and they mistake it, what it means actually, because they expect there to be a question mark at the end of it. There is no question mark at the end of it. It's a statement. It's who sits upon the oaken throne, not who sits upon the oaken throne. It's a statement, not a question. And that is kind of the hook to the game in a way, in that you guys got to find out who really sat upon the oaken throne and why it mattered.
And it turned out to be Brother Niv. Because
no, you're the surfer boy.
That is another matter entirely. the first game, JC's character was Brother Shimada, who was the leader of the group. Anyone who plays in this game realizes that it's heavily inspired by Magnificent Seven Samurai. And in particular, he played Brother Shimada, who was the Yul Brynner character, the leader of the group, and whose name was Chris. Chris in that game is the leader, but Jeremy played the Steve McQueen character, who is Vin Tanner in the game, which is where you get Niv Tanner from. Steve McQueen being the handsome, sex symbol he was, male sex symbol he was in the 60s and 70s. Jeremy's character's behavior played right into that, because what he did was he was all about the Countess herself. And now we have a situation with that character that he's got a relationship with the Countess that may or may not be seen as improper by people or whatever. It's a very weird kind of deal. So it's very exciting one way or another.
David,
Monk / Bard, I suppose, huh?
Exactly.
David, I'm not taking any of your judgment tonight, all right? That's not going to happen. This is not the first betrayal, gentlemen. Everybody calm down.
So anyway, that's what we've got right now. That's how this thing was born. And really, Castle Entertainment was kind of born thanks to comments like that from JC and from people's responses at GaryCon. But JC, you're kind of to blame for the whole development of this in a way. So I thank you for that.
I blame you.
All right, fair enough. Hey, Carlos.
I've got a lot of people out there who are in the last 24 hours, because the game has been promoted in a lot of places. I've gotten a few comments and sales, but so I've been reached out to by a company who wants me to write something for them, and I've got somebody who wants me to do some conversion work for them. So from your tiny acorns, mighty oaks are growing, and I owe you a big debt for that. So thank you very much.
Well, the throne's got to be made out of something,
It's true. It's true.
Okay, David, that one was pretty. I mean, that you beat me like half a second, dude. Nice work,
Jeremy, or JC. So yeah, you've been a patron of mine for a long time. I caught you a really good friend, and I really am grateful for your help in creating what I've done.
Oh, well, now you've made me shy, Carlos. Thank you.
You shouldn't be shy at all, man, because like I said, I'm one of those kind of people. I'm doing a business right now, and I'm very inspired by Gary Gygax. He's one of my heroes, but I'm not Gary, and I never will be. And one of the main reasons why is because whereas Gary later in his years, TSR became so big, and I think he kind of lost touch a little bit with the people that helped him on the way, from what I hear from a lot of the insiders and old schoolers. My friends are everything to me. I'll never forget your being instrumental in this. And whether you're shy or not, that's something you got to own. So if I suck in the future, you got to own that too.
Fair enough, sir. Fair enough. Hey, was Mike Bridges in that first game too?
Mike Bridges was playing the Elvish magic user in that game, and
I thought I remember
it was his friend Jason actually that played. Those two actually ended up playing in the Gnome game together. Yeah, because
I think I played with Jason 3 times at that con, because I played with him with you. He was in 2 of your games, and he was in Alan Groe's Castle Greyhawk game.
Is that game not amazing?
Uh-huh.
I don't know if he's ever going to take it public, right? But I played in an online version of that about maybe a month ago with Alan and about 7 other dudes.
Which level did you go to?
We were starting from the beginning. We were all 2nd level characters. He had us generate all brand new characters, which we rolled online through a generator. And I'm pleased to say that I actually qualified for Paladin through my generator.
Wow.
And because I qualified for Paladin with die rolls, even though that's not my thing, I said, I'm playing this character as a Paladin.
Yep.
He made it. I'm gonna have to do it. So I played a paladin of Daern. The first I wanted to play a really weird god, a god that nobody else would ever pick. So I chose Daern, who's actually one of my favorite Greyhawk gods. It's kind of a minor god.
The fortifications, right?
Fortifications,
Yes.
installations, and defenses.
Yeah.
The Iridian hero goddess Daern, who was sponsored. Trivia question, Greyhawkers. Who was she sponsored to Apotheosis by?
Delib?
No. Here's the weird part about it. It wasn't another Iridian god. It was Pelor who actually did it.
Really?
Which I always thought was one of the neatest things about that character. It's a hook that I thought was weird. It was really weird that a non-Iridian god would sponsor an Iridian into Apotheosis.
It's definitely a cool hook. The only reason I didn't answer is because I had just talked to you about that, and that's not fair. I mean, that's like cheating, but it is really cool, man. Because you told me the story about the Paladin of Daern.
Yeah. So I'm playing this Paladin of Daern in Alan's game, and he asked me. They played twice since, and I haven't been able to play because my schedule hasn't accommodated it. But I just got a new job yesterday that my schedule now does accommodate it because they play on the weeks I'm off now. So I'm hoping to be able to report to you guys back with how things are progressing. A couple other things. Lord Gasumba, thanks for coming over, man. We really whoa, look at that. Holy mackerel. Lamastru, thank you so much for your generosity and for all those subs for everybody. That's awesome. Lord Gasumba, thank you for tuning in. We were extolling your virtues earlier tonight with Horror of the Holes. And Jason Zavoda, yeah, I would love to play in one of your games. I'm trying to get you to run something online just so I can do that. That was what I was doing with that. That was all selfish because I want you to play with you at some point in time soon. But yeah, JC, I'm really eager to see. That game is so much fun. Alan is such a historian of the setting. He plays such a cool 1E style. I mean, it's such a throwback, yet it incorporates a lot of the newer kind of gameplay that I enjoy, where it's not so old school that it's tedious. And Tim Decker's back. Good to see you, man. Welcome back. I have my 7. My 7 are assembled. So what I'm going to do is, now that everybody is assembled, I'm going to start formatting screens. But in the meantime, Dan Gormansky, could you tell us a little bit about what we can expect going forward with Grog Talk? What kind of stuff are you going to be hitting on in your future? Can you hear us?
Audio is off.
Audio is off. You got your mic.
Got it. Thank you. Yep.
No problem. Tell us what you've got going on with Grog Talk in the near future. I'm really excited to hear it.
Oh, thanks, Carlos. Thanks for asking. So we've been doing a lot of interviews, as I know you have as well, on Castle Talk. And so we've got Zeb Cook is going to be coming on. And we hoping to get other people. I've been in contact with Janelle Jacquez about coming on, and she said she'll come on. And so basically that's it. We're all about the random, so we like to do different segments where we do random things. And that's just a lot of the interviews, which as you know, I'm sure, can be a lot of work, right?
Oh my goodness!
To do the research, yeah. So this may shock you, Carlos, but we don't actually do a lot of planning.
What? Are you serious?
So we just if James didn't do some sort of list, before each episode, we'd have no script at all.
I can't believe that at all because your show is runs so smooth. The way I do things, and you guys saw it. I actually hit people with a script pre-show.
Yes.
Whereas and it's not really a tight script, but it's a script nonetheless.
I was ashamed to see the prep work that you did compared to what we're not ready for prime time.
What are you talking about? Your show is so awesome, man.
Well, we're definitely the Wayne's World of one podcast, but that's fine. We like that. We never really plan to put in a lot of work. So we just sort of, with the interviews, we're putting in a lot of work now, but other than the interviews, we just sort of show up and start talking. So, probably just try and continue interviews.
That's awesome though, man. And Zeb Cook is such a great get. I was looking to get Zeb at some point myself, because I'm doing my thought was I'm doing an Oriental Adventures month later in the year. It was actually going to be this month at first, but some other things jumped up into the path of that. I want to do something with Patrick, so we're going to be doing that soon instead. But Zeb was high on my list of people to get, so that's quite a coup.
I feel like we're dividing and conquering.
You are dividing and conquering.
Well, you too. I think the two of us, because you had Lawrence Schick, right?
Yeah,
on recently.
Yeah, Lawrence Schick.
Yeah, and you had Jim Ward before we did. So I feel like we're dividing and conquering, which is great.
But by the way, Lawrence Schick, you want to talk about a true gentleman. He was so nice. He was, and you want to talk about somebody in the industry who has done everything humanly conceivable. When I talked to him, I looked at Amanda, my wife, when we were done talking, and I said, I have done nothing with my life. I'm a totally useless individual. This guy has done everything. This guy taught himself French so he could translate a book. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, I saw that.
Are you kidding me?
You know who we had on recently, who I think is somebody who is not talked about enough, and I'm not sure why, is Lou Pulsifer.
Oh, yeah.
Lou Pulsifer has the triple digits in terms of articles that he had back in the day in not only Dragon, but White Dwarf, Space Gamer. He was prolific, and I really like his stuff, and I'm surprised more people don't talk about Lou Pulsifer. I think he's a gem.
I'm not going to lie. When I saw Luke Pulsifer's name appear on your list of guests, I started laughing out loud to myself. And the reason I did, because I know how you do. You talk about not doing much research, okay, in your stuff.
It was too much.
But I started laughing to myself because I was like, oh, Dan's got his work cut out for him with this.
I gave up. I gave up. And you know what? So for my interviews, I looked at every Dragon magazine, right? And then only when I hit, like this last time when I hit 123, did I realize there's an index. Seriously? There's an index? I've been going through one by one every Dragon magazine for every guest, looking for the articles, and I always stop, because you know me, I don't like the triple digits, right? I'm out, usually triple digits, but Lou went to like whenever, mid-80s, I think, and I stopped at like 123, and there's the index.
Right.
Oh, whatever.
Yeah, it was, I saw that and I started laughing. I couldn't stop laughing because it was like I just knew what you were in for with that. It was hilarious.
He told us his nickname. It was Lucifer or something. We're gonna have like Lucifer's Corner or something. I got to do something with that name.
What Dragon articles did he do just off the top? Was that some of the old deities things, like some of the old pantheons, were like a really early dungeon or dragon magazine? Like the Oceania and stuff. I can't remember offhand.
What I remember, because he did so many. So he did a lot in White Dwarf. He was in England doing his PhD dissertation. He has a PhD from Duke in diplomatic history, and he was over in England doing his PhD, and he went over to Games Workshop, and he met like Albie Fiore, Ian Livingston, and Steve Jackson, and so he started writing for White Dwarf, and he did a lot of articles on how to play the game, how to be a better player. He already had the professor in him at that point in time. That's what I remember him for in particular.
Yeah, he has that very deliberate professorial kind of delivery to what he does too, and it very much shows in his demeanor.
And the first guest ever on Grog Talk to drop the F-bomb.
He was? I thought it was me.
Sure. Was it you?
No, it wasn't me. I don't curse on
It doesn't sound like you.
Are you kidding me? I wouldn't disrespect you guys like that.
We didn't consider it disrespectful. We got entertaining. It helps the ratings.
It does help the ratings. It does help the ratings, but at the same time, you guys have a definite demographic. and I don't want to offend your demographic. Because any of you guys who know me know I curse like a sailor. So
we're more the soccer moms kind of demographic. So
well, you're with a one
suburban
demographic. You're with this refined gentleman demographic. So I don't want to make it. I don't want to make it weird.
Vic was surprised to learn that we liked heavy metal. He assumed we were like listening to classical music and drinking wine.
You're not the only one. I actually thought that you guys, whenever friggin' James makes a reference to metal or something like that, I constantly I find myself tittering to myself because it's like I would not have guessed that about James.
Oh.
And I also think when I think about James, I think right away that he used the word jabroni on air the other day, and I almost fell out of my chair. Because it's something I call everybody around at my job, generally speaking. I can't believe I'm stuck in here with this pack of jabronis. Is usually the context of it. But I see that it's 9:00 right now. With that being said, how are you guys feeling? Are you guys ready to go?
Sure.
Awesome.
Hopefully I'll be doing. Oops, sorry.
That's okay, man.
Where's Evil?
I just took all you guys out, so you'll have to forgive me.
Where's Evil? I'm ready.
Where's Evil? As if you couldn't tell.
You realize this is probably the first time I picked this book up since the 80s. Started looking through it.
Are you being serious?
That means we're doing something right.
I cannot believe this, guys. But with my new technology over here, I just totally undid all of the work I just did, I think. Well, hold on. Let me find out.
Oh, man.
Let me find out.
This is the first time I picked up this book since the 80s.
Oh, wow.
Come on. Did you blur out Unearthed Arcana on purpose?
It's the book that shall not...
do that?
Yeah, it's the book that shall not be named.
I like that book.
I love that book.
Dan, what is wrong with you? All right, I'm going to have to do some formatting again. I apologize on that, guys. That was my mea culpa on me. I tried to do something unusual here, and it backfired on me, so forgive me. We'll be ready to go here in about just 2 seconds.
It's Patrick.
Oh, Lou Pulsifer. Is that on alignment? What is that, on alignments? No, that's Pellegrini or something like that.
Carl Greco.
Yeah, on alignments.
Yeah. I copied a whole pile of stuff and I organized it. Don't even go in there.
Well, Pulsifer did one on summoning demons, which I thought was pretty cool. How you worship a demon. You sell your soul to the demon, and then you can summon it, which I'm
sure that didn't hurt anybody at all during the Satanic Panic era. I'm sure that the moms really loved that one.
I'm trying to remember where the heck that one got so many different clearing binders here. I'm trying to remember where I put them all.
You guys want to talk about? We were talking about during the first Betrayal the other day game. For those of you guys who don't know, that's my online Patreon game. We talked about the Brady Bunch nature of my layout and everything like that. You want to talk about a Brady Bunch layout right now? You guys are in total Brady Bunch mode right now, which I love, but that's another story.
Who's the lovely lady?
I think I'm like Alice or something like that. Or maybe I'm the dog. But anyway, there's Jason. Let's put myself in here. But yeah, that he is very you're right in that I don't think he's one of those guests that I think gets short shrift from the community at large. People don't remember him, and I don't know why that is. For some reason or another, they just don't. Good guy though. I mean, listening to him speak was pretty awesome. I hung in there. As you know, Dan, I usually go to bed by about 10 in the morning, 11 tops. That was an interview I hung around for a long time on, just because he was so engaging, and you guys did a really good job with him as a guest, I thought.
Well, we always look to you to tell us who the deity should be when there's divine intervention. I think we were looking for you last Saturday because there actually was divine intervention. We needed an insect deity.
I know, and I would have hit you with Brahm right away.
Who's Brahm?
That's for you to look up.
Okay. Yeah.
I wouldn't have done
she's
that
a
one.
she's a goddess of industriousness and insects from
Okay.
the World of Greyhawk.
Oh,
Go
Of
ahead,
course.
David Daho. Tell us who Braum is while I'm formatting the screen.
better than that.
Oh, you're gonna show a picture of Braum.
No.
I was gonna say I didn't think there was one ever
No.
released.
The first article, yeah.
Oh yeah, in the first article there was.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Oh,
you're
she-
right. I can see it in my mind now. Oh, I
just sent-
see. Oh yeah, you could do that too. But I got to go Greyhawk first, right? I mean, come on, let's be. Look at Brother Cayuzo. That's Jeremy. That's called coming to the party dressed for the occasion. Look at that. I love the hat.
Does he like the smell of Fireball in the morning?
Oh, he loves to smell Fireball in the morning.
Sure.
I mean, you got to remember who you're talking about here. You're talking about the great Doug Artman.
Yeah,
He
I'm trying to get into character, guys.
Hold on a second.
I'm gonna take a nap over here.
Okay. Okay, and the last person to format is Jeremy. I'm saving the best for last, Jeremy.
Say what?
Say you, man. Say you. All right.
Oh, Steve McQueen over there.
Yep, Steve's the Steve McQueen character, Jeremy's character, Vin Tanner, who was the heartthrob of the 60s in that point in time, if I remember right. Some of you may know him better from Bullet and things like that, but I remember him from Magnificent Seven. Okay, screen's formatted. Everything is ready to go. You guys are I feel good about this, and we will begin immediately. All right, guys. With no further ado, let's bust out some first betrayal or some squaring the circle here.
I
know,
feel
it's-
you.
I mean, it's really whatever you want to do, man.
It's force of habit. It's total force of habit.
Well,
For those of you who are just joining in with us right now, thank you very much for doing so. This is Squaring the Circle. It is a World of Greyhawk adventure written by Casl Entertainment. These 7 men are playtesting it for me. For those of you who weren't here for the introductions, I'm going to go around the horn with everyone. It's in alphabetical order by their last name. Now, top corner is David Aho, who's going to be playing Brother Rabbit's Foot. Below him is Doug Artman, who's playing Brother Brayburn. Below him is Jeremy Brazil, who's playing Brother Tanner. Tim Decker, next to him, who's playing Brother Badgerheart. Dan Gormansky, who's playing Brother Hearthstone. Patrick Hope, who's playing Elder Brother Shimada at Arborsgate. And JC Luxton, who's playing Brother Eel Slick. Those of you out there who didn't watch the beginning of this, first of all, shame on you. Second of all, this game is highly influenced by Magnificent Seven, Seven Samurai. It takes place after the events of 2 other modules, which are In Nomine Septum and Who Sits Upon the Oaken Throne. This would be the last of these, Squaring the Circle right here. A lot of you may have seen the module in passing on Facebook for our advertising for this. I'm very excited for this. These guys have been instrumental in its creation in one shape or form. They were all invited specifically for this game because I think the world of them as role players and as human beings. And with no further ado, we're going to begin. When I last left my intrepid heroes, the 7 of you are gnomes. You're monks. You all belong to an order that worships Merlin, the White Paladin. After the hateful wars in the Lortmal Mountains, your monastery was established, and the whole group. It was you've kind of lived as athletes up there for the longest time. But what ended up happening was a stranger from the west came, another gnome, and he taught your group all these strange martial arts. It has come to light that it was actually the White Paladin himself in polymorph form. This is why your group, as individuals, wears the strange hats with the wide brims with curls at the edges, and you wear the symbol of the White Paladin, the star, on your chests, and why you use hand crossbows, much like he used the strange firebrand weapons that he carries. You've all been very inspired by him, and your group, probably about maybe 3 months ago, discovered that there was something very unusual afoot in the northern part of the county of Ulick, at the foot of where your monastery is, the Alabaster Abbey. Your group discovered that there were all the villages that were in the north were in mortal terror, lived in mortal terror of bandits that were rampaging through the area. The group were able to scatter the bandits to the wind and destroy their number, one group of them. But you found out that there were many others like that. Unfortunately, the corruption had spread through the entire north of Ulick, and the reason being, the Count of Ulick was no longer sending patrols to the north. He was no longer keeping the bandits in check. Everyone knew that there was something afoot then down in the capital of Junri, because the Count was a good man, and he was kind, and he was, even though he was of the old faith which preaches balance in all things, he had always been counted on to administer to the small folk of the north. So upon your majestic giant hares, which your group uses as mounts, you rode southward to the capital of Junri. And you discover that the capital of Junri, there is an inner city within the Outer Bailey, which is called the Eagle's Eyrie. It's so called because it's actually on a highland area inside of Junri. It overlooks much of the Jewel River to the south, some of the land around it, but also because Count Llewellyn, who is the Count of Ulick, has a animal companion that is an eagle, and he's also known as been known to transform himself to an eagle to wander the area and see that his lands are all in good shape. Well, you try to get an audience with the Count and were rebuffed promptly. Nobody seemed to want to give you an audience with the Count. The Count himself didn't seem too interested in what was going on. However, what you quickly realized was that his wife, Countess Rhiannoch, has a masquerade ball that she does every year. During the masquerade ball, it would be very easy to get access to the Count. So the group's idea was to somehow sneak into the masquerade ball, and in doing so, you'd be able to come to the bottom of what was going on. The group found many different ways to get into the masquerade ball. Some people dressed up in disguise. Some people found members of the group that had tickets and went there as their +1. But sooner or later, everyone managed to sneak into the manor of the Count. And what they discovered was that the Count had been replaced at some point by a doppelganger and had been abducted by a cult called the Shriven Circle. Everything came to a head at the masquerade ball when it commenced, because the plan of the Shriven Circle was to lock all the doors in the Shriven Circles in the ballroom. And the people that were loyal to them were going to conduct a mass sacrifice of every person at the ball. In doing so, empowering themselves enough to create a spell that would bring forth their Dark Lord into the prime material plane. The Dark Lord of the Shriven Circle is Anthraxis the Oinadaemon, one of the lords of the daemons and one of the lords of Hades, the plane of Hades. Needless to say, had this actually taken place with the Oinadaemon on the prime material plane, working with a free hand, and Junri would have been doomed, as would have Ulick, and possibly the entirety of the world. He would have come with him with an army of daemons, spreading disease and discord wherever he went, and it would have been the end very swiftly. You were able to short-circuit that by not only by evacuating everyone from the ballroom, but also by taking the fight to the Shriven Circle themselves and killing their agents that were involved in this. This was about 3 weeks ago. At the summation of the last adventure, the Countess held a massive celebration for you, where she feted your names, and she said that you were respected protectors of the realm, and all of you would be counted upon to find the Count and return him to his proper place on the oaken throne. The group was happy to accept that particular quest, and since then, The Countess has told all of you that she is going to be working on finding where the count is being held. There are certain members of your group, Brother Tanner in particular. Brother Tanner and the Countess seem to take quite a shine to each other at the end of the last adventure. He's been spending a lot of time with her, but not only has he been doing that, he's been training some of their guards in the proper way of defending themselves against possible reprisals from the Shriven Circle. This is extremely important because, in truth, if the Shriven Circle were to come back with nobody knowing who they could trust within Enrouge, because this whole plot was the Shriven Circle had infiltrated the the Count's Guard and the army, and that's why nobody had been sending up any kind of help to the north. It's also why it was so easy for them to take hold of everything within Enrouge. She can't trust anybody, except for you seven, who have proved yourselves worthy of her trust. Since then, you've been dwelling within Enrouge. You've sent word back to the. Managed to send word back to your the Alabaster Abbey to tell the current abbess what the situation is. She's given her blessing for you to stay within Enrouge, because what happens to Enrouge happens to all you Uleki, in her opinion. So it's very important that you manage to take care of them as best you can. And also the White Paladin, part of the tenets of his faith are servitude to the meek and against the strong. So it fits perfectly in with your beliefs to see to their safety. A month later, you're all called in before the Oaken Throne and before Countess Rhiannoch. Countess Rhiannoch, the Oaken Throne is actually alive. Being that it's the throne of a druid, is actually part of a living oak tree that's been shaped. You can see the tendrils of it over her head grow high into the air. Because it's springtime, it's starting to come into bloom. It's actually, you see the leaves are green and lush on it. Countess Rhiannoch is she's a pretty woman. She's probably about maybe 50. She is graceful and lithe. She was a former dancer. You know that she was a commoner before she enchanted the Count with her grace and with her just her personality. Very kind woman. She looks over the seven of you in front of her. Mostly when she speaks, she has a tendency to address two people, one of which is Elder Brother Arborsgate, who is the leader of your order, and Brother Tanner, she's taken kind of had sort of a relationship with at this point, a deeper relationship than the rest of you. Elder Brother Arborsgate, all of you should know, and those of you who are watching out in the crowd, the reason why he's the leader of the group is because, though he may not be the most martially gifted of the group, nor may be the most devout, he has been identified by the abbess of your order as the next abbot, because it's her contention that he most embodies of anyone within the abbey the teachings of the White Paladin. It's him who she feels the White Paladin would most smile upon, as far as being the leader of his faith here on the prime material planet on Earth. So that's why he's the leader of your group. But anyway, the Countess looks down at all of you, and as she sees all of you, and she just greets you as you would expect. Brave gnomes, she says to all of you. I'm heartsick at the notion that I must still ask more of you than which you've already done, both for the county of Ulick and for myself personally. You can rest assured that I wouldn't do so if I felt that there was any other way in which the land I love and have been sworn to protect could be saved. But with every passing day, I receive still more troubling information regarding the Shriven Circle that opposes us. And I'm becoming increasingly certain that without your aid, their aim to plunge the whole of the county of Ulick into darkness will eventually meet with success. The Countess just shifts a little bit on the throne when she's talking to you. The victory against those of you who would abduct my husband revealed the face of our enemy. I've tried my best to ensure that your triumph wasn't in vain by committing my every resource to discovering the location of the Shriven Circle's headquarters, so we could teach them the folly of invoking the wrath of the Uleki. Indeed, we've left no stone unturned across the whole of the county to learn what kind of place that they choose to lay their heads to sleep. There are few here that I could trust, but one of the few that I can is my spy mistress. She kind of pauses for a moment. The spy mistress ends up walking into the room. She's a younger woman, kind of nondescript, what you would expect out of a spy master. She says that, and I've also talked to those of the old faith that can whisper into the ear of nature and hear her give up her secrets and the sounds of the wind and the murmur of the river. What we found is that the box of a lonely canyon, known only to the local mountaineers that dwell in the highlands of the old hills, there's a great void cut into the firmament of the earth. It's like a great dwarven deep. And we found that a stairway rings the inside of this shaft into the world. We're certain, after doing research, that this is where our enemies might be found. Kind of pauses for a moment. Spy Mistress reaches out and she unfurls a map for all of you to look at. As you can see over here on the left side of your screen at the bottom, the capital of Junri is there. Over at the top corner, you'll see the Dwarven Citadel of Thrunch. Well, there's a red star in that box canyon that you can see located on the game map. She looks at all of you and she says that I've conferred with those most respected of my husband's military advisors, the ones that I still can trust. And together we've agreed upon a plan by which we can smash the Shriven Circle forevermore. Even as we speak, he who is the greatest of our marshals quietly assembles an army on the northwest edge of the old hills. At dawn today, he will march upon the highlands ready to bring war to the foul Shriven Circle. She kind of smiles, takes a moment. This is just a feint, however. You see, my advisors have also informed me that the cult is not without scouts and spies of their own. And those forces will be unable but to see the assembly of our army, who are pretending they're approaching the mountains in stealth. But truthfully, we want them to see that. This way, when they report to their woeful masters, they'll be unable but to commit both their own resources, all their resources and attentions towards our military's actions. This would leave their headquarters far less defended than it might normally be, leaving it quite vulnerable to infiltration by a small force of swift and stealthy warriors. Such a group could take the head from the Shriven Circle's body, and bereft of its leadership, the cult would then collapse in the same way as the body of a man beneath the shadow of the guillotine. She looks across all of you. Of course, I understand that I ask much of you, and yet I find that I must request that you seven stand before me represent this latter force. I do this not only because you've proven worthy of my utmost trust, but because my advisors have identified that your number possesses the particular skills in the same way that your strangely arched blades join swiftness, stealth, and deadly might as one, that they deem most critical to our plan's success. I've been advised that it's unbecoming for a countess to apologize to those who she wardens, but this is counsel I won't accept. I find myself in a position that I must ask such a boon of those that have been proven worthy of not only my respect, but my friendship. And in this, I'm embarrassed and humbled. So I have to apologize for my request. Yet with nothing less than survival of the county and all the innocent folk that dwell within its borders at stake, I feel that I have no other choice. Trust is a rare commodity in Ulick these days. In my eyes, my seven friends, you're the only ones that I truly believe are capable of destroying the Shriven Circle, securing the future of our nation, and perhaps even rescuing my husband from its durance, though I dare not hope for the last of these outcomes with too much of my heart, lest I see it broken once more. Some of you who are listening to her note that when she says this latter part, she kind of is looking over maybe at Brother Tanner, maybe a little too overlong. So it is that I leave the decision to your number. Will you take up this war in my name?
You needn't even ask me that.
She smiles. And you, Brother Hearthstone? Or excuse me, and you, Brother Armorskate?
Yes.
She nods. I knew that if anyone could return joy to my heart and a smile to my lips, it would be you seven. When the sun set upon yesterday's evening, I could not betray it to those who now depend on me for strength and leadership, but I wondered if Ulick was a doomed land. Now, with the rising of the new day's sun, hope has pushed away the darkness from my soul, and I've yet you to thank for this. Yet another gift, my friends. She glances over towards the spy mistress and nods. And you watch her turn to pick up some object from the floor behind the oaken throne. But what sort of friend would ask so much of another without recompense? It'd be a poor one indeed. And that is conduct unbecoming of a countess. So it is that I've tasked those with such abilities to provide me with rare treasures to offer you not only as gifts, but as weapons and shields that might see you through to victory against our foes. As she's speaking, the object which the spy mistress holds is becoming apparent. It's a dark-stained oaken strongbox, banded in silver. It seems that the spy mistress is kind of wincing under the weight of it. I've educated myself on the strictures of your order. She nods over at Brother Tanner and over at Brother Arborskate. And though my artisans and enchanters had precious little time with which to work, I'm proud of their efforts. Within this container, you'll find the fruits of their labors, arms, armor, and more, none of which is prohibited by the oaths you've sworn to the White Paladin. These are tokens of my friendship, each one given to the heroes of Ulick. I want you to use them as you would to smash the Shriven Circle asunder. And the spy mistress puts the strongbox down right in front of Brother Arborskate and says, you may choose to divide these amongst you as you will, as you think is appropriate, based on your strengths and weaknesses.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Brother Tanner.
I know you're not going to want to hear this, but this is what playtesting is for. The video screens have been.
I know. I'm moving them right now as we speak.
Okay. All right. Then that was all. I just wanted to.
Yeah, I'm aware. Thank you.
All right. And this is the war chest that we discussed.
This is the war chest that you received online during our game planning for this.
Who ended up with Heward's handy haversack? So my suggestion, just to expedite this, would be that David is carrying in that anything that we haven't. Yeah, that just simplifies it, and then we can dole the stuff out if we need to. If somebody needs it, they can dip into the obvious carrying device there.
I like it.
If they can figure out where I'm at.
Well, you are a little sketchy there.
Yes, indeed.
Okay, that's my 10 cents. Brother Shimada, anything, Elder Bro?
No. Let's get ready.
Okay. Brother Shimada, much like his counterpart during the movie The Magnificent Seven, is all business. It's one of the main reasons why, again, that the abbess chose him as the leader of as her heir apparent. Very driven, very focused gnome. She looks at all of you and she says, the spy mistress, with that business done, will give you the map for your that you'll use to conduct yourself to the Shriven Circle's headquarters. You'll note, she says, that it goes along the base of the old hills. Spy mistress, she looks over at her and she kind of nods. All of you, and she unfurls the map again for you. She says, you'll note that the reason I chose the route that I did, directly from Junri, along that red line that you see there, to the old river, to the north, to the west of the old river, is because the old river, to the east of it, is a very well-traveled roadway. She says, you'll note that it goes back and forth, and the merchants use it quite heavily. This is almost unused, that pathway. The bandits that are in the area are unlikely to trouble you if you go to the north of the river, because they'll be too over interested in these merchants that travel to the west, to the east of it. In that way, I suspect that none of you will find that you will be found troubled by their number. I don't want you having to use any of your resources to on the way to get there. You should be at your full strength when you arrive at the Shriven Circle's headquarters, lest you be taken unaware by something that they might do. All of you who look at the map, you realize that the spy mistress is. You're familiar enough with the region that she's pretty much accurate with that assessment. That by going to the west of the river, that all of you will avoid banditry. You'll avoid any kind of unpleasant experiences in that way, and it'll be a very, very straightforward move. Will any of you wish to ask her any questions about your travel, or have any questions of how you will approach the headquarters of the Shriven Circle? The spy mistress tells you that it is about 120 miles, and she expects you to take it with your giant hare mounts because they're so swift. It will probably take you less than 3 days to arrive there.
Just a hop, skip, and a jump.
That was unfortunately really good.
So to speak.
Yeah, I dug that. I respect that.
I didn't want to laugh. So am I to understand that our mission here is not only to crush the Shriven Circle, but to recover the Count?
She looks at you when she looks you dead in the eye when you ask her that, and she says, "If my husband yet lives, that is preferable." She says the people of the county of Ulick rely upon him for good counsel and strength, and as a beacon of hope. Many of them are of the old faith themselves. As a religious leader and as a leader of men and women, he's vital to our way of life. But that being said, she looks upon all of you again. He has been there for some time. I do not know what kind of durance in which he finds himself as we speak. It could be. I fear the worst.
How old do we know how old is this
Yes,
gentleman?
she tells you the Count is 60 years old, and she gives you a parchment with what he looks like. The spy mistress provides that for you. She says that the Shriven Circle have proven at this point to be adept, however, at shape changing. They have many agents. They've managed to infiltrate probably the most secure location in Ulick. I would advise you not necessarily to rely upon that which only your eyes can see.
I have a quick 1E question. Sorry, JC. I'll drop this out real quick. If I kill something that is shapeshifted, does it shift back to its natural state when it dies?
It depends on what it is, but yes, it usually does. JC.
I will now mute my.
You don't have to. Go ahead.
Eel Slick takes a half step forward and he says, "My lady, is there something that only the true Count would know that a doppelganger would not? That we could have confirmation should we meet him that he is who he says he truly is?"
She looks over at the spy mistress and she says, "Please leave us." The spy mistress nods. She looks over at you and she says, "May nature and the White Paladin both bless your travels." She turns around. She walks out of the throne room. When the doors are closed and it's the bunch of you, she looks at you. She says, "I want you to take this." And she reaches into her pocket. She says, "This is something I have not worn since my husband disappeared." She gives you a necklace. The necklace is a very simple leather thong with a stone on it. And she says, "When my husband asked me to marry him, he said that this stone represented the relation, our love for one another, and that it would endure and that I should keep it held in my chest as tightly as I would my feelings for him. If you were to tell him that the stone represented our affection for one another, that is something that certainly only he would know. If not the symbol of it itself, which no one I have allowed to see this stone since the day we were married. Please, I want you to take it, Brother Eelslick.
I'm going to take a half step back, and I will say, Brother Tanner is my superior.
She looks over at Brother Tanner. Perhaps you would take the stone then?
This is awkward. Yeah. So I approach and accept the stone. I give a little bow to Brother Eelslick, and I immediately, upon taking the stone, pocket it next to my heart,
okay,
and walk out to attach my bags to my hair.
You all watch the Countess just watch him walk away. She just takes a deep breath and sighs a little bit. Doesn't really betray what she's thinking, but it's
At that moment, I'll ask, Lady Countess, what is your husband, the Count's greatest strength?
She thinks about it. She says, his resolve. My husband has seen war to the north. He's seen conspiracy against him before. He saw his people rail against marriage to me, a mere commoner, and yet through it all, his spirit remained strong and unwavering. That is his greatest strength.
And what has been his most recent focus?
It's difficult for me to tell exactly when he disappeared, when he was abducted. However, before then, his most recent focus was relations with the East. The prince to the East. He's a dwarf, and much weight lies upon his shoulders in the wake of the hateful wars. Many blame him for not rushing to the aid of the Pomarji when it was invaded and their humans put in chains. He worked at repairing those ties. She thinks to herself and looks at you. I don't know if it ever would have been truly successful, but it was his contention. It was something we must do.
Thank you.
He looks over at the rest of you. Is there any other questions that any of you have of me or your mission?
Countess, I certainly do.
Yes, Brother Badgerheart.
You've talked to us about how we should travel to the outpost or to the Shriven's lair.
Uh-huh.
Any indication as to how we should approach it? Is there, my concern is, of course, once we get there, what should we expect? What do we anticipate? Is there a lot of guards? Is there traps?
This area is populated by none other than the hillmen that live in these areas. Small human tribes, mostly clans, family-based clans. For years, they have told us that something preys upon their flocks of the hardy goats and not goatalicious, Brother Dan. That's a little bit different. Something preys upon their goats, and that some of their sons disappear within the region. I'm ashamed to tell you that my husband did not take these claims seriously. But these people now were instrumental in helping us locate the place to which you are going to go. It is a hole in the earth, perhaps 50 men wide, and a spiral staircase goes around the outsides of it, descends into the earth a great distance. The hillmen refuse to go within even a mile of it. However, it is visible from a distance, from a distinct part of the highlands, and they report to us that this particular position is undefended. The Shriven Circle, you see, wish to work in secret. Therefore, by not calling attention to themselves, by placing guards all around the outside of their fortification, they were able to hide themselves. I therefore suspect, and this is what part of the idea that my spy mistress's plans hinged upon, this is why we suspected that a small group that was stealthy may be able to infiltrate it. They're not looking at the front door, and they're distracted by events to the opposite direction from which you'll be coming. Therefore, we've given you, we think, every opportunity to succeed. Although the Shriven Circle is incredibly formidable. She looks over at Brother Badgerheart. Did you have any other questions that you would ask of me? How about you?
No, thank you so much, Countess. You can rely on us. We are definitely going to do everything we can to resolve this issue.
I have no doubt of that. I certainly know that after events that I saw recently, I can count upon your deadly crossbow to be of my aid. She smiles. Brother Hearthstone, Brother Rabbit's Foot, would you speak? Do you have any questions?
My lady, only one. How will we know that the feint has worked? That the men have been drawn out of their current location?
I would expect, she says, that if you were to see a great trampling of the ground around the outside of their lair, then you will know that they have sent a force to respond to ours in kind. If you do not see the trampling of the ground of men in heavy armor, many men, then something is amiss.
Thank you, my lady.
Brother Rabbit's Foot?
I really don't have much to ask other than what everybody else has.
Okay.
The only thing that I can think of might be, physical. From a distance, would we be able to recognize your husband over a doppelganger? With whether nervous tick that they may not pick up or
She thinks about it to some degree, and she says, if you do not see my husband over troubled, if you do not see him as a man that has been held in durance for months, perhaps even a year, something is amiss.
All right. Thank you.
She looks at the rest of you. With that said, my men ride in the morning. I would suggest that you would do so before them. She goes ahead and she sends you forth from the courtroom. Looks at all, and all of you are there bound together. Is there any kind of other basic equipment that your group would want? The spy mistress who waits outside tells all of you, I've been given a promissory note by our lady, who wishes to tell all of you that the shops at Junri are at your disposal. She says, if there's any basic adventuring equipment, or if there's any goods that you wish that could be made for you in short and in but an hour or so, or that you can purchase, those will be made available to you. Is there anything any of your group wants? Brother Tanner, perhaps a 10-foot pole?
Well, I mean, I do want that. I'm just waiting for that month. Let me see if. I mean, I wouldn't touch it, if you know what I mean.
I wouldn't either.
Good one.
Couple of things that thanks, David. Couple of things that I do need. I wouldn't mind having silver pieces.
She nods.
I
Would you prefer silver pieces, or if you're thinking about lycanthropes, a silver edge to your weapon could be?
Yeah, any kind of any silver at all experience has taught me that being prepared is good. Then I would ask for some oil flasks, and any chance at all that you have any white pitch.
White pitch is not native to this area, first of all.
Oh, what?
That is an East Coast Flanass thing. The second thing is that remember, samurai are forbidden from using oil flasks as weapons of war. Are you aware of that?
Oh, didn't know that. Okay.
Okay.
So when I finally read through the book.
Okay. Yeah, maybe I should have done that. All right, just the silver then is good enough for me, and whatever rations and.
She says that I will reach out immediately to some of our weapons, some of our artisans. Perhaps your whole group might wish to be armed with at least a few silver arrows for your crossbows.
I was going to ask for that as well. Yes.
I'm leaning. Well, of course you were, David, because we're on the same wavelength here. I think that we've been down this road before, right? So silver arrowheads are always good.
Silver tip darts would be helpful too.
They're good, Brother Braver, and I will ensure that they're there for you.
That's where I'm at. I'm back on.
Your mounts have been kept at the Chapel of the White Paladin in a place of honor so that they'll be prepared for you. They've all been groomed and fed, and they're ready for the journey ahead. When you arrive there, she says you can expect your goods will be there as well.
One other thing I'd like to request possibly is maybe half a dozen or a dozen small little hand crossbow blunt tips.
Okay. Yes, you've discussed this idea with her in the past.
Okay.
And she says that they'll be prepared for you.
Thank you.
Can I have a small mirror?
Yes, of course.
And I hate to ask, marbles?
She thinks about it. She says, marbles. I know better than to, at this point, than to cross purposes with any member of your order. Of course, I will make them available for you.
And is one thing that was asked, was that the same as flour? The white, I didn't know what was asked for.
White pitch? No, it's not the same as flour. White pitch is an incendiary substance.
Okay, sorry.
It's like phosphorus.
Can I have some flour?
It's very useful.
I have a. I do have a question.
Why do I get the feeling I'm missing an inside joke here?
No. White pitch makes an appearance in my first betrayal campaign.
So it's not flour, and I shouldn't bake with it.
Oh, that's correct.
This has been very helpful.
Explosive cake.
Put it this way. You will bake with it.
That cake is going to taste.
You will bake with it.
Filled with flavor. Carlos.
Yeah.
I have a quick class question. I can't use oil flask as a weapon.
Yes.
I still want a dozen of them.
Yes. She says, of course.
Thank you. And whatever, flint and steel or whatever. Okay, I'm done. Thank you. Bye.
Okay. Is there anybody else that has anything? Brother Arborstein.
Is there anything along the lines of a quick lighter that I can use?
Quick lighter. She thinks about
it. Okay. Like a quick tinderbox type of thing. Or
yeah, just a quick.
She says that I have an item that might be of use to you.
Thank you. Mm-hmm. Can I also get a bottle of sake, please?
Of course, at your request. We've been making this strange. Some of the brewmasters find it unusual, but we've been making it.
Thank you.
Does anyone have rope? I don't have rope down on mine. Anyone have rope?
I was actually, yes, I was just going to bring that up. I'm glad you brought that up because I was just looking at my sheet and I don't see 50 feet of rope.
She says, would you like hempen rope or would you like silken rope? JC?
Paracord.
Silk rope, much lighter.
She looks at all of you, then very well. Silk rope it will be. I assumed so from the members of your order, she nods, but I didn't want to presume anything.
And iron spike. Does anyone have iron spikes?
Nope.
I was just going to bring that up.
Part of the adventure discusses this outfitting whole thing, and your character sheets have been purposely not devoted any real heavy adventuring equipment because of that. Okay, yes, iron spikes are available to you, Brother Hearthstone. She will. How many do you want?
Well, they're not light, right? 4.
However, there's a member of your group with a Heward's handy hammer set.
Oh, that's right. I don't know how many guys. I don't know how many you guys think we. How many do you think we need?
I mean, 10. I'm not sure what. I'm throwing a number out there.
You just closed the door.
I'd like to. Yeah.
Okay. Yes, those are available to you.
All right, so 4 is that
4.
okay?
All I know is,
Yeah, go ahead.
there
Brother
was
Braver.
something.
Go ahead, Brother Braver.
One thing I do, I notice that something has caught my eye. So I'm going to hover over by my brother Katsushiro by his haversack and just kind of look at it, look at him.
Well, now what? Your audio is really low for me. Well,
He said he comes over to you and kind of just looks at your haversack, looks back at you, looks at the haversack.
ideas here?
Well, start to lift my hand up.
For what?
Like I'm wanting to reach towards the sack.
Okay.
I'm not touching.
It's caught my eye.
Your group is ends up heading towards the mounts, and your requested equipment is there. All of you that have a arrow type weapon, whether it be a hand crossbow or a true crossbow, please add 5 silver tipped arrows to that. And Brother Tanner, please add a secondary katana to your list that is silver edged. Yes.
I'm just going to go ahead and replace the one. Can I just on the sheet replace the one that I already have with the silver one? Because I'm going to use the flame tongue probably anyway.
Yes, you may.
Okay. I have a quick question. Is there anywhere in town that has pet mice or pet gerbils or pet hamsters or any? Let me see if we can get this through, everybody. A pet burrowing mammal. Does anybody have? Is there anywhere in town to buy a collection of burrowing mammals that are just pets?
A collection?
No, but you can go to the butcher's and find that you can buy a brace of live rabbits.
Good enough.
How many do you want?
Oh, let's say 5.
Okay, 5 it is. And Lamastro, you're right about the steel rods. I agree with that 100%. Anyway, Brother Tanner, you go ahead and you guys are there with him. You see him buy these brace of rabbits, and the rabbit you end up picking out is this black rabbit, and it is overjoyed at your selection. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. He was going to chop my head off, and my ears too.
Okay, so here, listen.
Love him and squeeze him and stroke his fur backwards and name him.
I need you guys to settle down. In exchange for saving you from the chopping block, I may have some little light work for you guys to do.
Oh, anything you want. Absolutely, absolutely.
Awesome, I appreciate that.
Okay, so you guys go ahead. You get that. The rest of you are going. You end up eventually over your mounts, and when you leave Ern Rouge, it's by night. Otherwise, there would be the Countess assures you that it has to be that way. Otherwise, the fanfare of your departure would be it would tip off any spies that they have to your leaving, because the people look at you as heroes now, thanks to the big parade that you had. In fact, there's going to be a little bit of chicanery, she says, after you leave to try and tell people that you're still here. So, the group ends up leaving the Junri unless there is any last business you want to take care of. You end up leaving the city of Junri.
You were talking about the weight of the iron spikes, and you just reminded me of the haversack. We could probably put a bunch of spikes, wrap them up in that haversack, so we got more than just a few.
Yeah.
Nice, David. Nice.
How many you want then?
Say, since we got 7 people, say 6 per.
Okay. Ooh, that's a lot. 42 iron spikes it is. All right.
I mean, they're not like huge things, but I mean.
No, they're not huge, but your haversack is starting to get pretty weighed down. But that's okay. They're easy to get rid of too. So in any case, your group begins down the path along the old hills. Much like the spy mistress said, it's almost like a 3-day. It's a 3-day travel. It's just a little shorter than that. Your hares are happy to be out of the Eagles area, not necessarily because they've been treated poorly, but mostly because they just want to stretch their legs and smell the fresh air. The air, the the weather is very nice. It's very amenable outside. It's still starting to warm up a bit, but you stay clear of all the springtime showers that swell the old river sometimes, and create rushes through it. Um, the first day of your trip, nothing unusual happens as you pass over the plains. Will you take the spy mistress's advice and cling to the south of the hills, or will you go in a different direction?
Thoughts, guys?
Let's take her advice.
Okay. You continue to the south of the hills, and the only thing that really sees you on day 2 is you see a bunch of goats up in the mountain, up in the hills. Nobody really. It's very placid in the area. Very picturesque scenery. It's mostly scrub in this area right now in spring. It's just reviving out of springtime, so the area is not quite really lush and green yet. Brother Tanner, since you have them with you, the rabbit that you picked to take you on the trip, he looks at your mounts like they're gods.
5 rabbits.
He is in awe of them and doesn't really say a word. He just stares at them like they're the greatest thing he's ever seen in his life. Doesn't say anything really. Just his eyes are just massive as he watches them.
Okay, there's 5 rabbits. I got.
Oh, you want 5 rabbits?
I got 5 rabbits.
What are you going to keep them in?
Well, a pocket here, and also too, I was going to sort of pouch them along the great hair.
Okay. So they're in pouches, and you're going to pouch them on your person. Well, as you go on the way, there's a lot of wiggling going on. And,
that makes sense.
Yeah, there's a lot of wiggling and a lot of twitching of whiskers, and
it tickles.
Yeah, it does tickle. But they're so in awe of your mounts that they really don't say much of anything on the way. You're able to live off of trail rations and the small scrub that you see on the way. But by day 3, right about evening time on day 3, as you're into the box canyon and nearing the end of it, your group is able to see exactly what was described by the Countess. The walls of this massive box canyon surround you on all sides. You see gray stone of the old hills as it rises up, pretty sheer around you for most parts. There's rubble on the scrub that have fallen from the different places from the heights of the hills. But at the very back of the box canyon, surrounded by just a little bit of grass that's starting to grow there, there's an absolutely massive wound in the world, roughly circular. In fact, I'd like everybody here to make me. You know what? Never mind. One of you will pass it eventually. It's too circular in nature to have been completely natural. It's obviously been either cut deeper by someone or it was made in this way originally.
That was going to be my first die roll right there.
Yeah, I had a feeling that someone might ask that. And because you're all gnomes and you're so well versed in these things, the die roll is so low that I knew one of you would beat it.
Is it? I'm going to, before we go any further, I'm going to put on the robe of blending.
Okay. Yeah, the robe of blending is on. Go ahead. Our brother Arborskate.
Is the ocean sees all fish, is that passive? Like
it is
all
passive.
sight?
It is passive.
All right, let's turn that on.
Brother Arborskate, you're aware of all your brothers and their procession around you. You notice everyone here notices that the brother is using that ability because as he rides, his eyes are closed. He's just kind of feeling the wind through his hair, and you can sense all the rabbits around you. You can sense all the smaller ones that Brother Tanner has on him wiggling around. You can even sense to some degree when a bird in the air is close by.
That one's the ocean sees all fish, you said?
It is the ocean sees all fish.
How do those work? Like with that one, is that
it's passive? All you have to do is tell me you're exercising it, and it is functioning.
Okay, does it have a time limit, or is it just...
It does not have a time limit. You can use it constantly.
And then I'm doing the same thing.
Okay.
Likewise.
Yeah,
okay, Brother Eoslick is doing likewise. Who else spoke?
Likewise, myself.
Okay.
Brother Badgerheart.
Yeah, Brother Hearthstone, you're watching them all do this. You've seen them all do this before. It's one of those secrets of Ryoshi that you've always kind of wanted to learn, but unfortunately, you're not as adept in Ryoshi as the rest of them. So,
Dewey, are there any burrowing mammals around that we can interrogate?
no, just the ones that are with you at this point. Brother Eoslick.
Two questions. One, is there a creek or a river in this box canyon?
There is not. What you see is that the river, the old river, goes to the north, and it forms the mouth of the box canyon before it proceeds. It descends down out of the Lort Mill Mountains from there. It turns towards the middle of the box canyon and then descends south into the. It forms it forms a natural, if not the political, boundary between the county of Ulick and the principality. The principality of Ulick, the actual political boundary you'll see is actually far to the west of that. That's that white line. But the actual boundary that most people adhere to is the old river itself. The people that live between the two of them generally tend to see themselves, depending on their families, where they came from originally. Hey, I'm a county of Ulick. I'm from the principality. It's kind of and such is the relationships between the two countries that nobody really cares too much. Go ahead, Brother Rabbitfoot.
That not as a player or not as a character, but what map are you talking about? The only one
I keep showing up on Twitch.
Oh, okay.
I keep flashing on Twitch, and you're going to want to see that because when I go to a game map, you're going to want to see that as well.
How do we see that? I haven't seen any maps.
Okay, go to www.twitch.tv/casl entertainment, and if you're watching it on there, you'll be able to see me when I post the map.
Oh, okay.
I actually have it up on my phone. I've
That's
got
what I tend to do.
Twitch on my phone,
I
so
watch it on the phone at the same time. Amanda Rue's like, what would Niv pull a rabbit out of his hat? Nice.
What
At any rate,
me out of?
Brother Eoslick.
Is there a copse or a rock fall or anything that would provide shelter where we could leave our rabbits without them being very observable from the entrance?
Yes, there is. There is an area probably about a quarter to an eighth of a mile away up the box canyon that is very you find that would be very amenable to such things. In fact, the rabbits themselves suggest the ease at which a warren might be created there.
On that note, I do have a question as far as the this gaping void that we see, this hole. The territory, the land directly around it. Is there what is that like as far as is it barren, stones or?
It's mostly stones. It looks like grass once grew there, okay, but the grass is withered. It's all dead, and what is there has been trampled underfoot dramatically. It looks like a large mass of people went through here at one point in time, and it comes right up out of the stairway. As you look at the void in the world, as the Countess said, there's about a 3-foot wide stairway that goes all the way around, it rings and spirals down into darkness. For a human, this would probably be extremely harrowing to walk up and down, and it would be very hard to walk at speed. Okay, all of you are aware of that. However, because your perspective is a little different, being gnomes, you're smaller, you're closer to the ground. That 3 feet of space seems very wide to you, so running it at speed will not be a problem for you. Brother Arborskate, did you have a question? Okay. So, with that being said, you're seeing the wound in the world ahead of you. You see the stairway. Night is descending upon the day. Brother Arborskate, as the leader of the group, please tell me what the group's actions will be at this point.
You guys want to go straight in? Yes, nodding heads?
That's heads.
Okay.
I think so. Does the stairs seem to be sturdy?
Looking at them,
it looks like they've been used.
Looking at them, they look like they have been cut well out of the land around them.
Okay.
Not well in terms of a gnome. You guys look at them.
Okay.
You guys look at them and say that these will probably collapse within the next probably about 5 years. but for right now, they're more than capable of bearing your weight. It's just they're humans that made it. You can't expect them to have the same kind of craftsmanship.
We can't fault them.
Yeah,
they're humans.
Yeah, you can't fault them. It's just what they know. And by the way, I would be remiss right now if I didn't mention, look at the sharp-dressed man that J.C. Luxton is right now, as well as Brother Tanner. I just want to remind everybody looking at repping the Castle Entertainment stuff like that. Thank you so much. That does my heart. Oh, look at Brother Rabbit's Foot over there too. Thank you. It does my heart proud. Thank you so much. But anyway, going back to
just a quick tactical question.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm wearing the robe of blending. It's an environmental kind of thing.
It is.
So if I whip out the flame tongue,
right,
I am blended, but the flame is not.
That is correct.
That's actually kind of a cool effect.
It is.
Okay,
It's going to be the firebrand that's moving out of nowhere.
I respect that. All right, I'm ready to go. I want to get in.
As we go down, I've got my cloak on as well, so I'm sort of.
Brother Rabbit's Foot is putting on his cloak of displacement right now, whereas Brother Tanner has you have the flame tongue, I assume, yes, and you've got the robe of blending.
I've got the flame tongue, the robo blending, and the Lux stone because I'm trying to use them in cosplay.
Right, exactly, Brother Arbor's Gate. Oh well, first of all, before I ask, Brother Rayburn, Badgerheart, Hearthstone, and Eel Slick, do you have any kind of items out right now that are going to change the topology of the game as far as visibility or anything like that, light sources?
No.
Okay.
No.
Brother Hearthstone, no. Brother Rayburn.
No, but what I am going to do is I do want to, just in case, I'll stay close to. I'm gonna grab out the potion of flying.
Okay.
And I do not have the flame tongue drawn.
That is correct.
Thank you,
Brother Arbor's Gate. Please provide me a marching order. Who is descending first into the depths of darkness?
Who's able to see traps and detect?
Your monks or your bushi would probably be best suited for that job. You have seen them in action before. Brothers Rabbit's Foot and Eel Slick are monks. They have learned those arts in the past, and I believe Brother Hearthstone has that ability as well. No, you don't. I take that back.
I can pick pockets.
Yeah,
Oops.
Pocket. That's right. Okay.
I wasn't supposed to tell.
No, I know. So which one are you guys going to do?
We'll keep him in front of us.
Brother Arborgate. For those of you who didn't read the character sheets closely, Brother Arborgate is the youngest and newest member of your group. He is not quite a fully ordained monk, and the reason being is he's a little young and he's still wild a bit. You guys are trying to get him a little bit more disciplined so that he can absorb properly the lessons of the White Paladin. It's been a little bit of a challenge so far because his natural reactions to things he just wants to do good. Okay, he doesn't really care how it happens, but the teachers of White Paladins is that things have an order in which they have to be done. So that's what you're trying to teach him at this point. He's got a good heart, but sometimes he's just a little unpredictable. Brother Arbor's Gate. So which one of them or both of them are going to go first?
Both are going to go first.
Yes, you could walk two abreast as gnomes down here. Brother Eel Slick and Brother Rabbit's Foot. Are you going to be checking for traps as you go?
Checking for traps as I go, and as I'm got the cloak on and got the hand crossbow at the ready.
Brother Eel Slick, I need you. You see the weirdest thing here, and you're not used to this yet because you just got it. You look over at the ground, starting to look for traps. You look over at Brother Rabbit's Foot, and he's actually standing in the middle of the air, in the middle, right off the path. And then you realize he's being displaced, but it's really a weird sensation because you can't really control where your displacement is. Right now, he's standing actually in midair outside. He's levitating over the hole. Please, brothers,
I'm going to just say that's what I call a lucky rabbit's foot.
Rabbit's Foot and Eel Slick, please roll me percentage dice, both of you.
61.
Okay.
Percentile dice. I just said initiative. I'm like,
Percentile dice.
Boy, we're getting an initiative combat.
Oh, no. No, not the Castle Entertainment Adventure. That's to come.
23.
Okay. As your group begins to go down the stairway, Brother Arborgate, who's going to follow these two and at what distance?
I'm going to say Heartstone and Kuzo about 20 feet behind them.
Okay.
And then Shichiroji and Tanner next, and then I'll guard the back.
Okay. Brothers Eelslick and Rabbit's Foot will. I don't suppose either of you have weapons drawn.
I said I've got my hand crossbow at the ready.
How about you, Brother Eelslick?
I'd probably have my hand crossbow in one hand as well, if unless it impedes me in some way.
It will not. As for the rest of you, Brother Brayburn and Hearthstone, weapons drawn or not?
If I'm in a position to do a quick draw with a dart, I am, as far as how I have them placed.
You are, and your whole setup with your bandolier is set to play with your Aiujitsu, where you can draw quickly. Brother Hearthstone?
Yeah, the katana, and I suggest we just do a quick prayer to the White Paladin before we descend.
Okay. Brother Hearthstone pulls his katana out. You see it both of Earth's moons are out tonight. You can see both the moons reflected in the side of the blade as he pulls it out. Which one of you will lead in prayer? Brother Hearthstone?
It would be an honor. As a junior member, it would be quite an honor to do so.
Roll me a percentage dice, Brother Hearthstone.
Carlos, for the hand crossbow, is it like how is that? Is it on like a sling or is it on some kind of a?
No, it's just like a miniature crossbow. It's good for one hand.
But is it like on a arm sling or is it something like that? Where
it's hanging from your belt.
Okay.
Okay. Brother Hearthstone, you say a prayer to the White Paladin. Nothing happens. You just everybody that is in the group, you feel more centered, more serene. It actually gives you this sensation of even though you're in a very weird place that you know ineffable evil exists below it. There's something comforting about knowing that Merlin looks down upon you and smiles at your efforts. Remind me, Brother Hearthstone, every once in a while about your prayer. At any rate, the group begins downward with your weapons drawn. Oh, I forgot to ask, Brother Badgerheart, are you brandishing a weapon?
Yeah, I've got my hand crossbow at the ready.
How about you, Arborgate?
Yes, of course, sword drawn.
And Brother Tanner, more importantly. Weapon drawn.
I'm going to draw the short bow.
Okay. Got your bow out. The group is descending down into the depths. Brother Eelslick and Rabbit's Foot, you find no evidence of traps. However, what you do see is as you go down deeper and deeper into this wound in the world, this great void, whatever lingers at the bottom of it is not natural. Because, number one, the light as it comes from the ceiling, or from out, I should say, of the top of the wound, it never seems to make it too far as far as you think it should. It seems to die in the middle of the air. And what seems to be killing it is there's this weird kind of gray pall in the air. It's hard to explain. It's not smoke. It's almost just like everything here, the color seems to be slightly drained out of it.
Is it tangible or is it just
it's not tangible. You don't feel any different. It just is a weird kind of gray vibe. It's just dull.
Okay.
It's got the sensation. If you had to describe it, it's sort of like a non-color. Not black, not white, but just this absence of color that isn't black. It's very difficult. You've never really felt anything like it before.
Have I heard?
Carlos, could I remind you that gnomes have the most sensitive sense of smell of all of the demi-humans?
Yes, and it's a good time for you to remind me of that too, because when you smell in the air, The air smells extremely dry, not earthy at all. Despite the fact that the walls have been cut here, not earthy. And as you go down further and further, to the point where right now you're about 250 feet from the entrance to the wound. It's clear to you now these walls are not supported in any way. Yet, with all that weight and all this stone that's above you, they're obviously to you reinforced somehow magically. There's no way that they wouldn't be crumbling at some point. Especially with the way that the stairs have been cut. These humans are terrible when it comes to engineering. Okay, this is not something that they could have achieved by themselves. Especially being also that you're devotees of the god of magical technology. It occurs to you that there's some kind of employment of magic to reinforce these walls. It has to be.
So is it dark? I mean, so are we just relying on infravision at this point?
We're relying on infravision at this point, yes. As Brother Eelslick and Brothers Rabbit's Foot go further and further down to the hole, are you going to continue until it levels out, or are you going to stop at some point?
First off, as I'm envisioning this, is you're talking about walls. As we go down, is it we got like a roof overhead from the
No. Imagine this: you're in a great cylinder with an open top. Okay.
Right.
And on the inside of the cylinder, a spiral staircase is going around the wall.
Right.
It forms a left side of a wall all the way down past you. That's what you're in.
Okay, so it actually, and is it a taper? There's a straight.
No, it is dead straight. That's
Okay.
another thing. That's another thing that occurs to both you and to Brother Eelslick as you're descending. The way in which it is cut also suggests that there's no way humans could have done this. It's just outside of their capabilities. In fact, to your opinion, based on what you're seeing, there's a lot of gnomish communities that would struggle to do this. So, will you continue all the way down, or will you stop at some point and reconnect with the group?
First off, I'd like to ask, can we tell if this was made from inside out or outside in?
Hard to tell, but it looks like it was made from outside in.
Okay. Can I hear anything from down further?
No, it is dead silent. The burrowing, you don't even hear burrowing mammals in the walls, which is unusual to you.
How loud do our less stealthy companions sound?
To you, you're fine up north, at the bottom. You and your brother Rabbit's Foot are making no noise almost whatsoever. However, just behind them, Brother Brayburn and Brother Hearthstone are making a little bit noise, particularly Brother Hearthstone, who's wearing armor. Behind them, Brother Badgerheart and the rest of the crew. Brother Badgerheart is about the same as Brother Brayburn, but Brothers Arborsgate and Tanner, who are wearing armor, they're making a little bit of noise.
Okay.
Oh, this may be too late to ask, but did we notice any tracks, large amounts of tracks of people exiting?
Yeah, and actually that was mentioned. Brothers Rabbit's Foot went at the beginning, or Brother Brayburn.
Oh, sorry.
That's fine. It's easy to, hey, we got a room of 8 people. It's easy to miss details. I don't mind you having to do that. The ground was trampled, and there were tracks that were leading to the east by several people. None of you are rangers, but Brother Tanner and Brother Arborsgate are definitely men of war, and they suggest both of your minds there had to be 100 people that left here in that direction.
Talking about the noise that the noisy members of our party are making, does it seem like as we're hearing that, is it getting deadened farther down? Does it echo up from there?
In fact, now that you mention that, you don't hear echoes at all.
Okay.
Nothing is echoing. Again, Brother Eelslick, Brother Rabbit's Foot, just more evidence that something is weird here, something is amiss. And it's almost as if you think Brother Tanner and Brother Arborsgate should be making more noise than they are. But it's almost like whatever is draining the color out of the air is draining sound. It's draining smell.
If I could, I want to sort of halt everybody and sort of in hushed tone tell them about this and see if they recognize it, if any of them have noticed, and if anybody has heard of anything that would cause this.
And we speak to each other in Gnomish, right?
Okay, yes, if you wish.
Good. Yes, let's do that.
Brother Eelslick and Brother Rabbit's Foot and Brother Badgerheart. All of you make me 20-siders, please.
14.
19.
Brother Badgerheart. 20-sider result.
4.
Okay. Who is asking the crew this?
I am.
Okay, Brother Rabbit's Foot walks back up while Brother Eelslick holds the front. Brother Eelslick, it's very dark up here. Being alone by yourself is very reminiscent of being in a tunnel during the hateful wars. When you were by yourself and you could hear the screams behind you. Brother Badgerheart, Brother Rabbit's Foot comes up to the rest of you and mentions everything that they're experiencing. And there is a piece of history that you remember from your studies in of the White Paladin. The White Paladin walks the plains. He walks the various. He doesn't really have a home plane. He treads the universe looking for wrongs to right. And one place that he has gone to before has a very similar kind of. There's a description of that place that reminds you of this. That would be the plane of Hades. The plane of Hades, it's also known as the Grey Wastes. What it does is, it's a very insidious trap. When you're in the Grey Wastes of Hades, light and life and color and sense and smell, they're gradually deadened by this effect, this force called the gloom. And eventually what it does is it replaces all the joy, all the emotion, all the passion in your life with nothing but gray ennui. And as a result, you never want to escape Hades. It's just not worth it to you after a while. There's no point in it. Everything is pointless and worthless. And that is why Hades is considered to be the ultimate prison, is because no one ever wants to leave. This reminds you a lot of that description. And given what the Countess said earlier about where they were trying to summon the Oinodaemon from, which was Hades, it fits. It fits. Brother Badgerheart, is your opinion that whatever they have done in here, by summoning things from Hades, it is very possible that there is a leak here, or maybe there's a gateway here, and the gloom of Hades is actually spreading out into the prime material plane.
Makes sense.
If this is not a gateway to Hades itself.
As soon as I can possibly, I want to go back to, I can't remember who I'm down there with, but...
Yeah, you're down there with Eelslick. Eelslick, it's actually really a good feeling when Brother Rabbit's Foot comes back.
I came up.
So I'm gonna
Go ahead, JC.
I think Rabbit's Foot, you would probably smell the sweat of fear on me, and you would hear my breath coming quietly but fast.
Brother Rabbit's Foot, Brother Eelslick has had some very unfortunate experiences during the hateful wars, and he relives them a lot, like a PTSD situation. So that's probably what you're saying.
In front though.
Yeah.
And basically try to, not to try to surprise them, make them go nuts.
Right. So, Brother Rabbit's Foot, are you going to relay any of that information to Brother Eelslick?
That's what I was going to do when I got back down there.
Okay, Brother Eelslick, you have given that information. It does not make your feelings any better. Go ahead, Brother.
I think it's important that I relay that information to Elder Brother Shemaiah, so that he's aware of what we could be facing.
Brother Shimada, He tells you that
Shimada.
Tanner
Excuse
is
me,
right
Shimada.
there, as is Brayburn and Hearthstone. You're all pretty much with the same group, so you hear
Okay.
him say that. If that is true, what Brother Badgerheart is telling you, and if it really there is some kind of gate here, what you find in here could be very, very, very bad. And if it ever were to escape here, then it would be the doom of this area for sure,
if not more.
if not more.
Wonder if there's a way to shut the gate.
Brothers Eelslick, Rabbit's Foot, will you continue to descend?
Well, this is the way we gotta go.
Brother Eelslick, Brother Rabbit's Foot, please make me another set of percentage dice.
80.
49.
Neither of you sees any traps as you continue to descend.
Okay.
Finally, what you see, though, is the grade of you're probably almost 1,000 feet down. And the grade of the stairway is starting to lessen and lessen and lessen. And it's starting to straighten out to the point where finally you see it straighten and it lands at a landing ahead of you. This landing, there's a larger area beyond it. And it looks a little bit like this.
Do we know approximately how deep we are?
Yeah, you're probably about maybe 1,250, you figure, about 1,250 feet.
Wow.
Wow. Okay.
Brother Eelslick, Brother Rabbit's Foot, you're about 20 feet ahead of the rest of the group. The rest of the group can see that the area is beginning to level out. And they see how the stairway, what you're seeing at the top of this map, is the stairway that you're following, and it opens up into a larger, wider area. As you can see, there's exits leading from the north, to the east and the west, respectively, to your view. You have 60-foot infravision. The gloom is inhibiting it to some degree. Okay, what you can see on the map is what you can see in real life.
So it's about halved.
About.
I'm going to motion to Rabbit's Foot that he goes to the east, I go to the west, hiding and quietly, and we peer down either corridor as our friends catch up.
Okay.
Okay.
Carlos,
Yes, sir.
you have a private message from me and mine here on Zoom. And my other question is, does the robe of blending allow me to blend into the gloom?
The robe of blending will allow you to blend into the gloom, yes.
Okay, thank you.
We don't hear any noises down in this area at all.
No, you do not hear a thing.
Still that same deadened.
Have we noticed any temperature changes with it either getting warmer or cooler as we just?
It does seem colder to you, if anything. It does seem colder to you, if anything. And I have received your message, and I've responded in kind. Brother Shimada.
Yes, sir.
You're standing next to Brother Tanner, and Brother Tanner, you're looking down at the group, and you look next to you again, and he's gone. He's vanished.
Okay.
So, with that being said, that doesn't really surprise you over much, but there you go.
Okay.
So your team is now at the bottom. I'm going to, with that being said, Brothers Rabbit's Foot and Eelslick. This is what you see. First, who is going to go to the west and who is going to go to the east?
I said me to the west, him to the east, but
okay. We'll start with brother. We'll start with Brother Rabbit's Foot going to the east.
Okay.
Brother Rabbit's Foot, you are at the mouth area of the room. It still goes deeper than your eyes can see. But you look down the hallway, and it clearly goes. The hallway goes clearly down farther than you can perceive the end of.
Okay.
As for you, Brother Eelslick, you do the same, and you go into this area right here. And the hallway likewise goes farther than you can perceive. The room itself has depths to which that you cannot see. However, being down here, you can see that there is some kind of great relief, a bas relief on the walls everywhere here. Without being close to it and dedicating actual time to it, it's hard to say what it actually is. Group, the rest of the group, you are now with the party. You're at the mouth of the room. What will you do?
Can we see them in east and west?
You can.
Okay.
Yeah, they're standing east and west. You can also see this relief that I was describing before.
And do we now have a ceiling above us as we?
You do have a ceiling above you, and the ceiling is quite a distance above your head. You're looking up. This was clearly not made by gnomes. The ceiling is probably about 40 foot above your head.
Question for you.
Yeah, go ahead. By the way, the hallways, brothers Yoslik and Rabbit's Foot, likewise, the hallways were about 40 feet above your head, about 10 feet wide.
Okay. So the end of the stairway basically, instead of curling around and around and around, it curved
out and opens up straight into a room.
Okay, so it basically went into the side of the cylinder.
Right, exactly.
Okay.
Now, Brother Shimada, you are the caller of this group at this point in time. Please tell me what the group is going to do.
I'm going to go east with Badger Heart, and then Cuzo and Heartstone are going to go west.
Okay. Is anybody going to examine this room or not? Or are you just going to look at the hallways and see what...
I'm going to immediately start checking the walls.
Okay. Brothers Cayuzo, and I got Brother Cayuzo and Brother Hearthstone going east. Is that correct?
West.
Oh, you're west. Okay. Well, there's Brother Arborgate is going east. Got it. Okay. I will deal with Brother Tanner first then, in that case. Brother Tanner, this room, like I said, it's got a huge volume to it because of the ceiling. It makes it even seem like it's larger than before. I mean, it's huge. It's kind of, you would expect it to echo inside of there, but there's no echoes to be heard. It's just dead silence. That gloom that you sensed before, it's even more prevalent here. The walls of the room, when you look at the east and the west walls of the room, your vision it caresses these sculptures that are just massive in scope. You know, for you especially as a gnome being short, but it depicts what seems to be a great battlefield. The whole room seems to be like a great battlefield. Near the ceiling, you see figures involved in a conflict. It's just a bloody slaughter that seems ever more horrific the longer your eyes are lingering upon it. But as you look downward towards the floor, the violence, the figures tumble off of the battlefield into some kind of subterranean underworld where they're trafficking with hideous demons and other horrors of a like that is currently unknown to you. Now, in the back wall is a different relief, okay? This one features this massive throne upon which this powerfully muscled man sits. He's absolutely flawless of body. And at his side, like an advisor, is a beautiful woman. She's curled along the left side of his throne like ivy growing up ancient stone. At his other side, resting upon its stomach, is a black ram, a massive ram. It's the only color that's, bless you, it's the only color that is in the room. It's made out of obsidian. And the seated figure is like petting it lazily. They're all seeming to gaze down from where they're the massive figures. They look down onto the relief and at the netherworld scene, the fallen warriors and the demons. There's a tower there that's growing up out of the ground, and it's like they're from the heavens looking down upon it. And you see all these fallen warriors and demons from the side of the room. They're all marching towards this tower. The tower looks like it's made out of the spinal column of some great creature that's unrecognizable. It's stretching high into the air, even if it's dwarfed by the two giants that appear down onto it. As for you guys, the rest of you that are looking into this room, let me go back to the map. And thank you for putting up with my new technology. So far, it's working pretty well, but I'm working on. This is a work in progress. I'm going to start going on to the east. All right, gentlemen, you're on the east, and you're peering deeper into there. And what you see ahead of you is what looks like a little bit of a stairs that descend downward a bit into this vaguely circular area. A little bit further ahead, you can see columns in it of some kind. Meanwhile, on the west, the group to the west. Oh, by the way, the area, because it was being explored by your other brother, you can see that this is what it looks like in general. It's square and it's roughly, I should say, rectangular here. But besides that, there's no obvious exits from the room.
And Carlos, before we go to the west entrance, can I just feel around on the ground to see if I can tell that I know I'm not a ranger, but that if anyone has come from there, any sort of dirt or anything?
Go ahead and roll me a 20, though. That's an important detail.
Okay. A 6.
There is a lot of stuff that has come up through here, okay, recently, but it's come from the west, all right? But what you do see as you're over here on your eastern part, the spur, you have the smell of something over to the east. It reminds you subtle, and everyone that's over there, it reminds them subtly of like bat guano, maybe bird droppings, something like that. It smells like something. It smells like the excrement of some kind of avian. It's hard to tell what it is.
Mm.
Okay, now going back over here to the west, if that was everything you had, Dan.
Yeah, well, just also to check for unsafe walls, ceilings, and floors.
Make me a 20, please.
Okay.
The group is over here on the
7.
east. Okay, you see, it seems to you, this area, as you look at it, and you could tell this as well, Brother Tanner. Looking at the walls here, they are all white marble, okay? And it is really, really solid. Make me another, both you and Tanner, make me a 20. Group on the east, the area comes down here. You see a corridor that heads straight ahead and one that breaks off to the left and to the right.
12.
Okay. Brother Tanner, what's your 20?
6.
Brother Tanner, what you just see is it's a little bit more off-putting than you might have thought before. What you both of you are aware, at first you thought it was marble, but this isn't marble. What this is actually is it's bone.
Okay.
It's made, this entire place is jacketed in bone. White, bleached, dry bone. And Brother Eelslick, as you're in here, you mentioned the smell of the place. And now there's an ambient smell from the east, but this is exactly what it was. The dryness of this bone is leaching the scent out of the air along with the gloom.
Yeah. Are we on the west side now? Or are you doing the west or the east?
I'm doing the west now, and as I went to the west, you can see the path ahead, and it is concludes in a hallway that breaks off to the north and to the north and to the south there.
I've got an idea where, I guess, with the with that mural that was seen. I don't know if all got that picture or as far as on that wall.
Yeah, you don't know much about it. It doesn't seem to ring any bells to you about what it might be. Brother Tanner, what will you be doing at this point in time? Are you going to rejoin the group now that you've explored the room?
The group split in two directions.
They split for just a moment to look down each, and I think that they're reconvening in the middle.
In the middle of the room?
No, right between the two, right in the center of where my light is.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna still play in obscurity, but I'll go ahead and follow.
Okay.
I want to follow the monks, the ones, the thief-ish, and keep an eye on Elder Brother Shimada. That's going to be my go-to.
Brother Tanner, though, weirdness in this room is not just relegated to what I've described at this point. Brother every time Brother Rabbit's Foot opens his mouth, it's coming from the air, 5 feet away from where you think he is. It's very weird. um, so, Brother Arbor's Gate, your group has seen what is down both hallways. I assume that the group will inform one another of what they've seen everywhere?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. What will your plan be, Brother Arbor's Gate?
Brother Arbor's Gate, if they came from the west, it stands to reason that we should go to the west, for that is where they would have left the things they most closely guarded.
Agreed.
And
West it is.
I got the thought of with this bone, the spinal column. I don't know. I'm thinking of this tower. I don't know.
Brother
I'm
Badgerheart,
thinking.
please make me a 20.
An 11.
On the first layer of Hades, it is known to you that there is a great tower. The tower is known as Kinoin, otherwise translated as the Wasting Tower. This is the tower in which the Oinodaemon dwells. It is supposedly made from the great spinal structure of some creature, unidentifiable creature. It occurs to you that whoever these giants are that are looking down upon Kinoin, that's Kinoin down there. And you think that what your guess, based on what your knowledge of theology is, that what these murals represent is evil warriors dying on the battlefield, falling to Hades, and then gathering as armies of the Oinodaemon at Kinoin. Now, what these giants are, you have no idea.
Okay.
Meaningless to you. Brother Eel Slick, you tell these guys about going to your thoughts about going to the west. Brother Arbor's Gate, what are you going to do?
Gonna go to the west.
Okay. The whole party is going to the west. Same
Yes, sir.
marching order as before?
Sure.
Yeah.
Same distance between you as before?
I'd say 10 feet behind them detecting traps this time.
Brother Tanner, you are kind of a free agent right now because of how you want to handle this. Are you going to remain in your place in the marching order, or are you going to move to someplace different in the party?
Ooh. I'm going to follow the two in the lead.
Okay.
But I don't, because I don't want to get in their way. And then I want to make sure I can always see Elder Brother Shimada. So wherever that puts me, but I'm hugging the walls with this cloak. I'm trying to make the cloak useful.
Yes, and before, the problem with seeing both of them, if you're going to follow Arbor's Gate, you would have to walk back, or if you're going to follow the front, you're going to have to walk backwards to keep your eye on Arbor's Gate, because he's the back of the group.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, the only way to watch them both is by standing at the rear of the group.
Well, here's an idea though. You could, if he's hugging the wall, he could do the.
Well,
He
I'm
could
just
do that.
talking.
He could do that.
Yeah, I wasn't talking about looking forward at
Oh,
both
I
of
see.
them. I'm talking about being between them so that neither of them would be too far to see.
I see. Okay. All right. So your group is going forward, and you're going down.
Hey, Carlos.
Yes, sir.
Quick. How wide? Maybe you described it and I missed it, but how wide is this passage that we're going down?
10 feet wide to a square
Okay.
on everything on the map that I do.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm gonna go-
I thought so. So I'm actually just as a matter of record here, I'm changing. I'm putting my hand crossbow back onto my belt loop, and I'm pulling my katana out, preparing that.
Okay. You're prepared with your katana. For the rest of the group, let's go back to the map for a moment. You are in this hallway, heading forward. And please let me know, by the way, guys, if you're having any trouble with the map. Right now it's working fantastically for me, but you just let me know. Brothers Eelslick and Brother Rabbit's Foot, you are at the front of the group, and you see this three-way area, and you guys get right about to here. What will you do?
Okay, it's a crossroads of 4 passages, including the one we're on.
That is correct. Eelslick and Rabbit's Foot, tell me which direction you guys would like to go. You do not
which-
see any traps thus far.
Okay, that was my first question.
Yes.
What would
think
be
we should-
the most traffic?
You're looking at it, and this is where it becomes hard for you to tell. Not being a tracker, not being a ranger, it is it's hard to tell now because the area has a lot of traffic in it. Being a crossroads, it's really difficult for you to tell which way
Okay.
might be more trafficked.
Can we detect any slopes?
No, the area, Dan, is completely flat as far as you can tell, and again, unnaturally so. There's again, I keep reinforcing this. There's no way that men could have made this.
Okay. There is no noise differences or
Nope, it's always 40. It's all 40 feet in height.
as far as like if a passage is really long, you might have a little bit more of a hollow sound.
Yeah, no, there's nothing. There is completely flat.
Okay. And any light glows coming up from either way, any of the ways.
No, actually, there is no light at all here. At all.
Can I jump in here for a second?
Of course you may.
I'm going to ask my rabbit companions to go one down each of these 3 corridors because we're at the crossroads, right?
Uh-huh.
I'm just going to ask them to do me a favor and scout ahead.
Okay.
And then that's it. I'll wait. We'll just follow Elder Brother Shimada and they can find us.
Brother Arborsgate, you see these rabbits starting to appear as if they spring out of the wall itself.
Yeah.
Brother Tanner is, because Brother Tanner is hidden at this point in time.
Right.
But you quickly gather yourself and realize what's happening, so there's no unfortunate accidents. You go ahead and you're just going to wait for a few minutes for these rabbits to come back? No.
We're just going to send them out as scouts and we're going to move on. They can find us.
Okay, you go ahead and you send them out as scouts. Eel Slick, Rabbit's Foot, you're at the point. What are you going to do?
I ask her if everybody's out close enough. I say none of the passageways that I can tell are any more traveled or give any clues. Which way would you like to go?
They seem the same to you. Eel Slick, are you going to lead them down a way in particular, or are you going to leave this to Arborsgate?
I'll leave this to Arborsgate.
Arborsgate, which way do you want to go? And I'll pull the map back up so you can see it.
Yes, if you could, sir, please.
There you go.
Thank you.
Perhaps we could seek guidance from the White Paladin.
Let us pray.
You do think about that for a moment. And you get the strong sensation that there is something of religious significance to the south. Hard to tell what it might be, but it's of religious significance.
South it is.
Okay.
All right.
So the entire group begins to go south. And I will go ahead and I will give you some mapping.
This entire mission is going south fast.
You're telling me I shouldn't be cracking jokes.
So
that was for you, David.
Eel's Gate and Rabbit's Foot are at the front. You get about this far down the hallway, and something is coming towards you. It takes you only a moment to realize it's a rabbit.
So I sort of figured.
Yeah, it's a small black rabbit, and it's hopping towards you.
I'll kneel down and whisper, what did you see?
It says, there's a big room ahead, and I smelled carrots, I think, and I smelled lettuce, and I smelled cabbage, and fruit too. But it's at the back of the room, and there's these big stone things holding the ceiling up in there. I don't think it's good to eat though. It smells like it's spoiled.
I'll pet the rabbit and I'll say, "You've done well. Go back to Brother Tanner."
This place is really, really scary. I will. it hops back over to Brother Tanner. Are you going to continue down the passageway, Eel Slick and Rabbit's Foot? And Rabbit's Foot, you heard all that.
Yep.
You guys continue down the hallway. And true to the rabbit's words, oh, I'm sorry, you guys aren't on the map. Huh. True to the rabbit's words, what you see ahead of you is a large area, about 50 foot deep by 30 foot wide. There are stone columns all inside of the area. All right. These stone columns that rise up, supporting the ceiling, they're all alabaster white in hue. They're the same bone creation as everything else. At the chamber's very south end, where the pillars give way to the wall, there's a stone block there, perhaps 5 feet long and 4 feet tall. And atop it is an iron platter on which you can see there's some kind of vegetation, it looks like there, and like a wicker cornucopia.
And the ceiling is still around 40 feet?
It is 40 feet tall here.
Okay.
Brothers Eel Slick and Rabbit's Foot, will you continue into the area?
Yes, but detecting traps the whole way.
Yes.
You guys are looking for traps the entire time.
I'm leery about that stone. I'm thinking altar.
Okay, so you guys get into the area. You're checking for traps. You don't see anything. But as you get closer, even with the scent being robbed out of the air, stolen out of the air, you smell rotten fruit inside of the area. And when you actually get into this this 50 foot long by 30 foot wide area, what you see is on that iron plate, there are all these leaves of withered lettuce at the bottom of it. And there's a wicker cornucopia, as I mentioned, inside of it. And it's got fruit inside of it. All of the fruit is rotten. And inside of it, you can see maggots crawling in and out of it. It smells pretty strong. A couple more steps reveals that the fruit looks like pomegranates to you.
Anything else on this?
Nope, that's it.
Are there symbols or anything that suggest this is an altar?
Nothing but your sensation that you got from your prayer.
Okay, I'm going to reach into my pouch, and I am going to remove what I imagine every monk here recognizes as a holy water flask.
Yes.
And I'm going to hold it up over the altar, and I'm going to wait till Arborsgate is in the room for him to approve this before I do it.
Arborsgate, you see Eel Slick. He's got his holy water flask. He's holding it over top of the altar. He's looking back at you. Thumbs up or thumbs down to it. Brother Eelsgate. You guys all watch Brother Eelsgate take his holy water, and he pours it in there very slowly, deliberately. Lateheart Gaming, I see, and Lord Gasumba just showed up. Thanks, guys, for watching us. This is getting a little bit intense right now. Brother Eelsgate, you pour the holy water flask inside of the bowl. And before your eyes and before Rabbit's Foot's eyes, who are close enough to see this, the rest of you are a little bit too deep in the room. You watch it pour, and it seems to wash away the rot in front of your eyes as you pour it into there. The rot just washes away. The maggots wash away. Hey, Mark, how you doing? It all settles into the bottom of the bowl, and it's almost like it eats it away slowly. And what's left are fresh pomegranates inside of this.
Oh, it doesn't eat the bowl away; it just eats the rotted.
Yeah, but what's left is this fresh pomegranates inside of this bowl.
Okay.
What will you guys do? Brother Arborsgate, you see the two of them standing there like that. What are you gonna do?
So there's nothing to the south. It's basically a wall like that.
No, nothing unusual happens besides that, which is plenty unusual as it is. Brother Hearthstone, I need you to make me a 20.
18.
Brother Hearthstone, You feel something weird in your belt pouch, like something struggling to get free.
I feel. I try to feel if I can get a sense of what it is.
Yeah, it's where your iron
touch.
rations are.
I say to everyone else, okay, something strange is happening. My
Everybody
iron
looks
ration.
over, brother.
Okay.
And I look, I say, these iron rations seem to be moving.
So are yours, brother Brayburn. And yours now, brother Badgerheart.
Moving like maggots. I'm gonna pull my. I mean, does it feel like
it feels like
movement
there's something
worms?
alive inside of there. Something
I'm gonna
serpentine.
I'm gonna pull mine out and see what we've got.
You guys all watch Brother Badgerheart pull his out, and as he's doing that, this branch pokes out. A half-grown branch pokes out of his pouch, and there's beech nuts all growing from it.
Wow.
Brother Hearthstone, you're looking at yours, and as you do that, you can see poking out of the top of it, a vine starts to roll out of yours, and where yours had raisins in it, now fresh grapes hang from it.
Okay.
So how big is this? You said it's a branch with beech nuts.
Maybe like 4 inches.
4 inches.
But it looks like it's alive. It looks like, even though it's cut, I mean, you can pull it out. It's cut, but the thing looks like it might be alive. Brother, brothers Harbor's Gate and Tanner, yours also have done the same thing. Brother Eel's Gate, all of your iron rations, the vegetation that you have on there looks like that is in there, whether it be nuts, whether it be berries, whether it be, it seems like it's all alive now. It's
Does it appear this is a cornucopia? This is a basket that's in the
wicker cornucopia.
Question for you: does the air in here smell better, or feeling smell better? Or
no, not necessarily.
Smell something?
Yeah, not necessarily. But what is in there is definitely fresh.
No, what about like the overall ambience of the chamber too? Does it?
You mean the air?
Less oppressive?
Yeah, no, it's not. It's not.
Okay.
Brother Tanner.
Yeah.
Those look delicious.
Well, what look? The grapes?
Yeah, those look delicious.
Those
pomegranates look yummy too.
Yeah, you don't get the pomegranates, but you can have something out of my iron rations. How about that?
Oh, you're so generous. Thank you.
That's how I think of myself.
And they're all digging into the iron rat. The 2 that are left are digging into or actually 3 now, because the one in the north and the one in the west haven't reported back. But go ahead.
While this is going on, I'm going to focus again what we've had out as far as the ocean sees all fish. We're focused in on this thing, so I want to make sure there's nothing else going on
around you.
Yeah,
there was something to the north of you. There's something north of you that was moving, and it wasn't a rabbit. It was fast, and it went down the hallway. Meanwhile, Brother Tanner, you're there. You guys all heard him having this dialogue with the rabbit. They're eating of the fruit. They're eating of the vegetation that's in there, and they don't seem any worse for the wear. They look up at you, Brother Tanner, like, this is the best. Thanks so much. And they're eating it.
So or the all around site or whatever, does that works?
Yeah, that's what Brother Brayburn was just doing. And,
okay.
And yeah, you don't sense anything besides what he sensed there for a moment. With it was something fast. Could have been, it's hard to tell what it was, but it was bigger than a rabbit.
Yeah, because I've got it too. I was wondering if I just had.
I was going to tell the people at the rear of the room that we're going to be Shimada right now and Badgerheart and Tanner that. But Tanner's focused right now, and Arbor's Gate and Badgerheart I can get.
And actually, what I would like to do is send the last couple of rabbits out as scouts for this area.
Okay. Just let them loose in the room?
Yep.
Okay. You let them loose in the room. They're hopping around. Are you sure we can't have any of the pomegranate?
I'm sure.
Okay.
these columns here, there's no writing on any of the columns or the
Yeah,
walls.
they're pretty plain. It looks to you like just normal square columns. Looks like they support the roof. They're in places that are logical to you as gnomes of it seems like logical engineering.
Okay. This plate, this is on a raised platform, or is it on the floor? Or
Yeah, it's on a raised platform. It's about 3 foot high and 4 feet wide.
I want to see if there's any kind of little doors or something like that in this.
You see nothing as far as doors or traps or anything on top of the platform.
Okay.
When the rabbits come back, they report to you and they say that, well, I don't see anything in here.
Okay.
At all, Brother Tanner. Can we have some more of that food?
There was something in here, but it left fast to the north.
You said we felt something to the north?
Yeah, it was there and gone very quickly. Brother Arborsgate, do you have any direction for the group?
I'm kind of just letting everyone scope the room while I'm watching the corridor that goes north.
Okay.
I want to send the rabbits north after the motion that we sensed.
Okay. Send the rabbits north. They all hop away. They all hop away.
There's no other exit to this room.
No other exit to the room.
Okay.
Brother Arborsgate, Brother Badgerheart, Brother Tanner, you're near the end of the group. You guys watch the rabbits bound away. Kind of gone for a second. Heartbeat, 2 heartbeats, 3 heartbeats. One of them shrieks all of a sudden, and you actually heard the sound of it snatch up off the ground into the air and down the hallway from east to west.
How far away is this?
Excuse me, west to east, huh?
How far away is this from us?
Probably, according to the map, probably about 100 feet.
That's a long shot. I'm going to go ahead and blend in again and start working towards that movement.
Okay. All of you guys heard that because you all understand burrowing mammal. You all understood a shriek of terror from that rabbit, and then nothing, dead silence.
So how long was this hallway to before the room?
Probably about 100 feet. Let me look to be exact. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. You almost think I designed this dungeon. 100 feet.
Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. So anyway, Eelslick, Rabbit's Foot. You're at the bottom of the room. You heard that. Badgerheart, Arborsgate, Tanner. You're at the top of the room. You heard it. Brayburn, Hearthstone. You're in the middle of the room. You heard it. All of you have dealt with these weird growths that are coming into your satchel, where your satchel seemed like it was alive for a moment, and then you realize everything was fresh in there. What will you do now?
I want us to head towards the noise.
Okay. How quickly?
Cautiously, but quickly. I would say quickly.
Expeditiously.
I am moving as fast as I can without ruining the robe of blending effect.
Okay, which you do. You guys go ahead and you do that.
Dude, your arm phasing in and out.
It's crazy.
Skinny fried shit.
You're sure you're not wearing a cloak of displacement?
I am the Carlos Major Paragon, so settle down. But no, my merchandise Valkyrie is bringing me food, drink in here, and she wants to stay off camera, and she doesn't want to disrupt the digital background here. So she crawled in here like a Navy SEAL and just handed them up towards me. So that's why I'm laughing. At any rate, speaking of Navy SEALs, so the Tanner Arborsgate Badgerheart coalition is heading to the north. Brayburn.
Yes.
Hearthstone, you're in the middle of the group. Are you see them? They turn, they follow the sound. Are you going with them? Or are you staying back here?
Following.
Eelslick, Rabbit's Foot. You're at the front of the group. You heard the sound. Will you follow them, or are you going to
Follow.
stay where you are?
We're going to be
Everybody's going then. You're in reverse
Turning
marching
around.
order, essentially, at this point. You're
Right.
heading down there expeditiously. What you see is this as you go down the hallway. You get to the crossroads. There is a rabbit in the middle of the crossroads that's laying there dead on its side.
Okay.
You realize that based on what you had heard, there's no way that that could have been the thing that uttered the noise, because what you heard is it going upward and away towards the east. This is where you are right now, but the rabbit is right in the middle of the screen where you see my cursor. Laying dead.
Okay.
Group. Arbor's Gate. I need you, you, Badgerheart, and Tenor all to make me 20s.
That is
Seven.
a 12 for me, sir.
17.
Badgerheart.
A 6.
Badgerheart, you hear the fluttering of wings.
Okay.
Very vaguely away to the east. It's near the top of the ceiling, the 40-foot ceiling. It's moving relatively quickly, and it disappears into the distance.
I think this is where white pitch would come in handy.
Does he tell us this? So do we know this?
Badgerheart, are you going to tell him?
Yes. Yep. I do indicate.
Yeah.
Now this is going to seem like probably a strange question, but can I tell? Does it sound like the wings were feathered or leathery?
That's not a strange question at all. That's a perfectly legitimate question.
That's an excellent question.
And it does sound feathered.
Sounds feathered.
For sure, feathered.
Okay, that would not have been my guess. Interesting.
Mine either.
So I let these guys let everyone know that.
Yeah, Badgerheart when he fought in the war, was well known as a scout. That's how he developed the deadly crossbow skill. So you're pretty confident that when he says it was feathers, it was feathers.
Carlos, I switched my katana for a bow, or my short bow.
The bow comes out.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Can I recover my bunny that died?
Yeah, you pick up the dead bunny?
If I examine it, it just looks like talons.
No, there was nothing wrong with it at all. It just died. It just broke.
Is it one of the ones that I gave the iron rations to?
No, it is not. Make me a 20.
Hmm.
Actually, Eel Slick and Rabbit's Foot make me a 20 as well.
10.
While I'm doing that,
10.
it seemed like it went off to the east, so back to that
Yeah.
that we originally
Right.
came.
Rabbit's Foot was your 20.
5.
Eel Slick and Rabbit's Foot. You're both familiar with this before. You've seen this before. Sometimes when rabbits are really, really scared, their hearts can't handle it. This thing died of fright.
So I sort of figured.
Okay.
Whatever it saw scared it so bad, it died.
I'm putting it in my satchel.
Okay, you put it in your satchel.
Yep.
Dead rabbit in satchel. Got it.
Yep. Thank you.
Okay, rest of the group, what are you guys going to do? Jeremy, by the way, has learned, I remember teaching him a lesson early on when we were talking about D&D, is take everything that's not nailed down. And clearly he listened well. So, go ahead. Arbor's Gate, what's the plan for the group? By the way, product placement for everybody. Here's my Gary Con mug for Gary Con that didn't happen. Salute.
It disappeared. The land of shadow.
Hey, you're not the only one with the cloak displacement. So anyway, Arbor's Gate, what's the plan?
I'm gonna keep heading north. Where are we we're at the crossroads, right? So we can look directly left and see slightly what's down that hallway.
Yes, and in fact, I will go ahead and I will back this out a little bit. This is the extent of your infravision.
Now, did that fluttering also go north the direction as
No,
far
it
as
only
that?
went. It only went to the east.
Okay.
What's the play, Arbor's Gate?
That's as far as we can see is what's on the map.
Right now it is until you actually go down one of the hallways.
Let's keep going up.
Okay. So your group begins to go forward. You're in reverse marching order. Are you going to resume original marching order?
Yeah.
Yeah, I want Eelstick and Rabbit's Foot up looking for traps.
Okay. Eelslick and Rabbit's Foot, please percentage dice me.
37.
Eelslick and
34.
Eelslick and Rabbit's Foot, as you go north, you reach an area with a couple doors in it. And they're both open. And you can see beyond there 2 areas, vaguely square. Both these doors in the screen are open.
Question for you, Well, how far up are the doorways from that intersection?
How high do they go?
No.
Oh, I see. Backtracking back, 60 feet about.
Okay, they're on the 60-foot mark or 70-foot mark?
60-foot mark. We have a mapper. So anyway,
It's called old school.
Yep, that's what you see ahead of you. Both those doors are open. Inside of them, Eelslick and Rabbit's Foot, there are rooms over there. You cannot see the back of them from your current location. There are columns in both of them.
Sort of like the other ones that we were in?
Very much so, just like the columns in the other one, yes.
We'll each peer cautiously from one side into a room as we get even with it.
Okay. Again, I would imagine that Eelslick is going to be looking to the east, and to the west it will be Rabbit's Foot. Is that the standard operating procedure at this point?
Sure, why not?
Okay. At this point in time, what you see inside of there, Eelslick, I'll start with you. As you look in through this doorway, and the rest of the group is kind of caught up with you at this point in time. There's a room, columns in there, all right? The room's about 50 foot wide, as you can see. It's about hard to see how deep it is. Ceiling also, it's difficult to tell. It's about 40 feet up. You're guessing. There's a lot of shadows up there, so it's hard to tell exactly. But all the columns, they're carved in such a way that they resemble a human figure. Okay, and all of them are they look like they're horribly racked in pain. All right, and all of them, the sculptures stand upon platforms. And they each read names like anthraxis, diphtheris, typhus, and all sorts of other names that you don't really recognize. Meanwhile, over here, Rabbit's Foot, this is what you see. Looking over here. You see, again, a stone room, or actually now that you know it, it's bone. Columns everywhere. The west wall of it, you can't quite see all the way to it. But there's something underneath that's put up against the west wall. There's a shadow of something there. It looks like maybe it's square. It's resting on the ground. It's maybe like 9 foot long and maybe 4 foot tall.
Okay.
That's what you see. Group, you are still in the middle of the room. What will you do? Oh man, I just realized something. I didn't have you guys on the map that whole time. Here you go. Over here on the west, or the east, I should say, Eelslick, that's what you saw in there. That was your square room, 50 feet wide. There's all your columns, and they're all carved into the way of humans that are racked in pain. And over here, on the west, same deal. Columns everywhere. These columns are perfectly normal.
Okay, so the one...
Sorry about that. I thought I had you guys on the map while I was making that description at the beginning. So Forgive me. Anyway, Brother Arborsgate, you're with the group in the middle now at this point. The whole group is kind of together. You've all caught up with one another. What will you do?
We're going to go into the right room first.
Okay. Eel Slick, you lead the group into the right room?
Yes.
Okay. Here's what you see. In this room, there is a doorway on the north wall. Inside of this room, as I mentioned, everything is kind of carved. It's in these faces and these bodies that look like they're terribly, terribly racked in pain. There's nothing really else that is unusual in this room, for the exception of at the very back of the room. Eel Slick, you're the first one in here. You're the one who can see it. There is another stone block against the wall, much like the first one that you saw in that room with the first columned room where the pomegranates are. There's a fine silver platter atop this one, and several pieces of fruit are on there. All of them are in an advanced state of rot again, and flies are buzzing hungrily over the opening of it. The whole room in this area, as you are in here now, it smells of death.
Carlos, did you say there was a door on the north?
Yeah, can you see it on my map right now?
Nope.
No.
Let me go a little higher then. Can you see it now? That square? Can you see it now?
Okay, about
Yes. Now.
Yeah, my cursor's over top of it right there.
Oh, yeah, I see it.
Okay. There you go.
Gentlemen, I have absolutely no audio.
Okay. That is not us. We're all in here pretty clear right now.
I can hear everybody fine so far.
Yeah.
I'm here. I can hear.
Yeah, something must have happened to your audio feed. So at any case, this is what you see inside the room. Arborsgate, I need you to I need everybody in the room to make me a D20, starting with Arborsgate, please.
Yes, sir. Uh, 17.
Okay. Go around the room. Rabbit's Foot, what'd you get?
15.
Brayburn?
4.
Tanner, can you hear us now? Okay, Tanner can't hear us. That's a problem. We'll go over to Badgerheart. I'll roll his 24 now.
18.
Okay. Hearthstone.
5.
Arborsgate. Oh, no, I got you. Eel Slick.
13.
Okay, Eel Slick, you're at the front of the room. You're in vaguely marching order, except you're extended out into the room, okay? Tanner, can you hear me? Tanner cannot hear me. Okay, no problem. Let me make a move here. Tanner cannot hear me. Brother Shimada knows I have moved on for free action. Okay, so our brother Tanner has moved over into kind of into the shadows a little bit on the side, which is good because as you're all standing there and you're kind of getting everything, you're kind of feeling the presence around you. Everyone here who is using the ability, the ocean sees all fish, which is just about all of you for the exception of Hearthstone. Okay, you see the statues that are on the walls. There's motion there. There seem to be crawling with something. What will you do?
Immediate turn.
You're probably crawling with something. I mean, we can see figures. There's a figure himself.
At first, what you're seeing is you see all of them. The way that they're sculpted, their bodies are peeling away. It looks like rot is peeling away at all of them. As time goes forward and you look a little bit closer at them, you're seeing them actually starting to move away from the pillars towards you.
Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you, Tanner. Can you hear us?
No.
Tanner, can you hear us? Okay. These Yeah, I'm about ready to yeah. If he's watching the Twitch channel, he realizes that we can hear him even if he can't hear us. So, let me see if he's muted somewhere on the screen here. Give me just a moment, gentlemen.
All right.
Let's see where Tanner is. Tanner's up there. He is not muted.
Maybe you guys can text each other.
Yeah, I'm going to. Yeah, maybe so. I'm going to. All right, hold on for a second. He's chatting with us. Brother Tanner, maybe try logging off and coming back. We can hear you. If you want to do that, that's fine, Brother Tanner. Actually, he can't hear us, so let me go ahead and text him out. Just give me a moment, gentlemen. Where is he? Red King.
He said he'll be right back.
Okay, good. I was going to say you're closer to him than I am. If you gentlemen, for the time being, until Brother Tanner gets everything squared away, if everyone wants to take a break for a moment, please go ahead. We'll go ahead and we'll wait until Brother Tanner comes back to begin.
You're right back.
Sounds good, sir.
Yep.
Yeah, we're right back.
Yep. Brother Tanner.
When all that stuff started happening with our C rations and you mentioned the nuts, I was going to say I was going to go on an all almond diet, but that's just nuts.
I blame Hades. We just got a comment in there. I blame Hades.
Oh, God.
What's that? What's that, brother? What's that, brother? Arbor's Gate. Are you seeing a theme being repeated?
I am actually, and
what's funny about this whole thing is, I told Brother Tanner when we were running First Betrayal last, I said you're going to see a couple themes repeated. What's happening here? I was using that as a pretext to some of our technology as a test, and so I was using some of the themes then for preparing for this. So I'm really, you will see some themes repeated.
Yeah, when you started mentioning names, I messaged Tanner privately. Same temple.
Different temple, but if you remember in that conversation with Tanner, I told Tanner, I said, there's something else happening in a different part of the Flyness right now. I said that will influence this directly. That's what I was talking about.
Okay.
And what we'll do right now is we will, I'm going to put the cutscene up on the screen right now so that everybody can, we're on potty break right now, so everybody knows. I wonder what happened to Brother Tanner's connection.
I'll go scope.
That's fine, man. Take your time.
That's right there in the same house.
They're in, they're just in different parts of the house. Brother Hearthstone, he just walked away. He can't hear me now. Brother, let's try that again. Brother Badgerheart, can you hear me?
Sure can.
There he is. Good. Brother Badgerheart, are you getting the creepy vibe of this place enough yet?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Okay,
You know what it reminds me of?
What?
And Rev.
It should. But I do creepy. I guess my brand of creepy is similar in tone. Brother Shirochi wasn't. I should say, Tim wasn't around with me when I ran that game. I ran a Ravenloft game over at.
Where's Mina?
At Gamehole. It was on Command Performance. Those guys asked me to. You know what? Actually, I think I'm going to go back to the screen for a moment because people can see us. So, those guys asked me for, hey, would you do Ravenloft? And I really don't like Ravenloft myself, but one of my players said, hey, we really like it. Let's try it. So I said, all right, fine. And I ran that's how my first Ravenloft module got done, which is NRev. It was Luke Niedner who asked for that. Tim, you know Luke.
Oh yeah, yeah.
So yeah, he asked for that.
Carlos.
Yeah.
Hey, can you let my brother in?
Yeah, of course. I'm sorry.
Awesome.
I didn't realize he was. I didn't realize I was.
No worries.
One of the things that's happening right now with Zoom Real World is people are having their Zoom accounts hacked. So I'm trying my best to. They've recommended that you limit access like that. That's why there's a waiting room now. Can you hear
Okay,
me?
we're good.
Okay, awesome. You're good. I'll reformat your screen. And
No idea what that was about, but anyway, here we are.
Man, so it happens. And I'm not worried about it. I am not worried about it. Let me get everybody back to where they belong, and we'll go with from there. So I hope everybody is refreshed at least. Yes. Good.
Hello.
I am not worried about it though in the slightest, brother. It is what it's gonna be.
That was super weird. There was no reason for it at all. It just
it is weird. It is weird, but
I think it was the robot blending.
Oh, that's what it was. It was the robot blending. Yeah, you know what? I am using new technology for this, but I got to be honest with you. I'm really pleased with the way the new technology is working. It's going really smooth. The chat, I'm at full 1080p resolution right now, and you guys are in perfect shape. So that's good
Thanks
news.
for noticing.
Yeah, that's good news. My sound is in good shape. There's JC Luxton. He's back. That's good. There's Jeremy. Where is Brother Hearthstone? There he is. There's Brother Tanner. I just found you. Douglas is in place. Jeremy is in place. Patrick. Where is my man Project Peta?
He's in the washroom.
Oh, that's fine. I'm not asking for it back right now this very second. I'm just wondering. I was asking on my Zoom screen where he was.
Oh.
Yeah, because he's I reformatted everybody to move around so that we could still chat while everybody was gone, and there he was. He disappeared. There's JC. There's Dave. I got everybody. Okay, cool. Okay, as soon as Brother Arbor's Gate comes back, we will resume our game. And like I said, guys, no problem whatsoever about the technology. It happens. This is
Did we
as great as gaming by digital and Zoom is. I've come to realize that this is this is what happens sometimes. So, did what? No, who asked me a question?
did I miss anything?
All you missed was JC, Brother Eel Slick, went deeper into the room. He learned that as he did, there was another altar on the wall. Okay? And you guys were in this room, as you can see on Twitch, right over here. There's a door to the north where my cursor is hanging over right now. And if you guys can see a cursor, I don't even know if you can see it, but I think you can.
Yeah.
There's a cursor right over there. That's where the door is. You're surrounded by these pillars. Your group is relatively in the middle of it right now. And when you disappeared, the pillars were starting to move. We will begin our game right now with this. Everybody is looking around. You see the movement. Most of you see it out of the Ocean Sees All Fish, Hearthstone. You don't have that, but as soon as you see your brothers looking around wildly, you know there's a problem, so you do the same thing. You see it, all this movement, and these figures that are all these diseased creatures with their skin peeling off of them, these horrific pained looks on their faces, they're crawling off of the pillar, like peeling themselves off of it into the room around you.
Let's get out of here.
I need all of you to roll me initiative. 6-sider, please. Oh, goodness. Lamash, too. You have to do me with Eric every day, don't you? Okay.
6.
6 for did you really?
With that die.
I hate your guts. Eel Slick. I'm going to go around the horn the opposite way. Eel Slick. I can't see your hand.
4.
Okay, Hearthstone.
6.
Badgerheart.
2.
Tanner.
That's a 2.
Brayburn.
3.
Rabbit's Foot.
6 on the die. Do we get the dexterity adjustment?
Well, that's what I was about ready to say. Based on everything that everyone rolled, and I need Rabbit's Foot to go first. Rabbit's Foot, you are near the middle, because you were at the front of the group right now. You're near the middle of the room as far as east-west goes, but you're near the nearest to the north column. So the end column on the top row is where you're nearest to. What will you do?
They are peeling off, coming toward us?
Yes, they are.
Oh, I had the hand crossbow ready. I'm going to take a shot at one of them.
Okay, make me a 20-sider, please. What'd you do?
20.
Okay, you rip off a shot with a hand crossbow. Everybody hears the common twang of the hand crossbow that you guys are all familiar with. The shot from the bow rips directly through the eye socket of the creature that's coming towards him. You see it explode out through the back of the head. The thing is still coming towards you, horrifyingly enough. Brother Eel Slick, you're next. Please tell me what you're going to do.
They're at missile range from me at the moment.
They're in missile range, but such is your foot speed that you could close to them also at this time if you wanted to. However, the nature of their peeling skin and such gives you slight pause.
I guess I will do the same thing and I'll take a shot since I have my crossbow out.
Please roll me a 20-sider, Brother Eel Slick.
All right. It's a 12 on the die, so that I think would hit armor class 2.
It would, and you hit the creature. You hit it squarely in the shoulder. Please roll me a 4-sider, please.
It's a natural 1.
Okay, which is improved to 2.
Would I get the +1 for my +1 bolt as well?
Yes, you do. So you're using a +1 bolt as well?
Yeah.
Okay, so you hit it for a total of 3 points of damage. All of you in the room see, were you aiming at the same one that Rabbit's Foot were, or the one that's closest to you?
Same one.
Okay, you see it rip through the creature on the north. As it hits the shoulder, this horrid smelling pus and gangrenous flesh pours out through the back of its chest when it hits it. It grabs its chest reflexively, drops to its knees. All of this black blood is flooding out of its chest into a pool at its feet, down its chest. It looks like it wants to scream, but nothing is coming out of its mouth. 6. Who else had a 6 in there?
I did, Carlos.
Okay, that would be Brother Hearthstone and Brother Arborsgate. Brother Arborsgate, you also have a jitsu. So what would you like to do? You're in the back of the room, so the one closest to you would be the one by the south end pillar.
Well, I had my bow out, so I'd like...
Brother Arborsgate, I can't hear a word you said.
Can you hear me now?
Yep, I can. Good.
All right. I'm going to slice out its leg.
Okay, Brother Arborsgate pulls out his katana. Flash the blade. Roll me a 20.
9.
Okay. The blade cuts the air, and that is actually barely a hit for you. Please roll me a 10-sider.
30. No.
3?
3.
Okay. Brother Arborsgate rips through it with his katana. The sound of just the whisper of the blade through the air, as a graceful arc of it cuts through the blackness that surrounds you. You see it hit the leg, rips open part of the leg, and once again this horrible, pungent ichor just starts pouring out of its leg. The thing is limping, continuing towards you, Brother Arborsgate. Hearthstone, your turn.
I had my bow out. Can I get a shot at one of them? I don't want to shoot into melee. I don't know what your rules are on melee.
The ones to you are the ones on the south. The 3 pillars closest to the south. They're all converging on your group since you were in the middle of the group.
Okay, but I can get a shot, a clear shot.
Or you can turn around and shoot past Brother Badgerheart on the north side of the room.
Can I shoot? Can I get a shot at the one that's already been injured?
Yes, you can. The one that Arborsgate is attacked.
It wouldn't be a shot into melee yet?
No, it would not yet be a shot into melee. And
cool.
You roll twice, please, to attack.
Okay.
Are you going to use a magical arrows?
I am. Yes, I have +2 arrows.
Okay, go ahead.
I get 2 shots, right?
Yes, you do.
Okay, I got a 20 and a 6.
Okay, the second shot, the first shot that you guys see him shoot actually goes underneath the arm of one of them and hits the pillar behind him. The other one hits dead. You see Arborsgate, you slashed it. You hear that whistle just for an instant of an arrow over your shoulder, and you see it hit right between the eyes of the one that was attacking you. Its head explodes like an overripe melon hit by a mallet. just all that black blood just starts pouring down its shoulders. The ribbons and the ruined bone of its head just kind of poured in this cone behind it. It drops backwards and falls into its own body fluid spill. Brother Brayburn, or no, excuse me, Brother Tanner, it's your turn. Brother Tanner?
Yeah, I'm hearing you. What do I see?
You're invisible to the scene right now. I had you, because you said you were in the periphery of the scene, I assumed that you were just scouting around in the room.
Correct.
You're near that door at the top of the room, okay? So you have your choice of three targets, all of which would be back attacks.
And I get one shot?
You would get one shot. Actually, yes. If you wanted to go with your katana, you would get one shot this round.
No, I've got my bow out.
Okay, you could get two then.
And does my shot reveal my position?
It would reveal your position.
So then I have to take the robe off and put it back on?
No, you would have to just be out of combat, and its magic would work on the next person that saw you.
Okay, so what do I see as available targets? He killed one of them?
Yes, two of them are killed. The ones in the opposite, from your perspective on the map, which I will put up on the screen one more time.
Okay.
The where my cursor is, the one that was in the pillar here is dead. That one was killed by Eel Slick and Rabbitfoot. The bottom one was killed by Patrick and Dan's character right over here. The rest of everything is converging upon you, and they are all live targets.
Who are they closest to converging on?
Badger Heart near the top of the screen. The three of them are coming at you.
Carlos, is it one per column?
Yes, it is one per column. At this
all
point,
right, let me go.
Who knows what's going to happen next round? Brother Badger Heart?
Let me go 2 at 1.
Oh, yeah, go ahead. 2 at 1?
That's an 18 and a 10.
Okay. You see, none of you knew really where Brother Tanner was until you hear the bow, the snap of the bowstring. Roll me a six-sider, Brother Tanner.
That's a 2.
Okay. Brother Badgerheart, you're closest to it. You see an arrowhead all of a sudden stick out of the chest of one of them in the chest. The thing kind of turns around and looks like it's going to scream out at him, and nothing but maggots start tumbling out of its mouth as it looks at him. Its eyes are weeping with this black blood as it turns around to scream at him. No sound coming out. The other shot of his, as it turned, it must have been just turned the right way and misses him, and it clearly hits over on the other side of the room. Brother Brayburn, it is your turn.
Okay, well, the ones that
You're
are
at the bottom of the screen, and I will give your position right here where your cursor is, and you're in the same boat as Brother Badgerheart, where three of them are converging towards the middle of the party.
Okay, well, those three, I am going to take action and just dart.
Okay,
dart.
now your dart throws in this round, as you know, you can throw a lot of darts in a round, okay? So you're going to be able to throw 4 darts in a round. I need to know how you're dispersing these darts.
There's 3 coming. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go for all 3 with the first 3 darts.
Okay.
And the last dart will be to anything that's mostly up.
Are you throwing the Phoenix Skuar darts?
Yes, I am using. Yeah, I'm using the magic darts.
Okay, go ahead and roll me a 20 for 3 20s, please.
Okay. A 2, a 19, and a 9.
Brother Eelslick is the closest to you paying attention to this. Brother Eelslick, what you see is you see Brother Brayburn take his hand and rush it quickly, so fast you can almost not see the limb, past his bandolier, and on the backswing of his hand, he's throwing darts. Just they're shooting out like porcupine spines everywhere at him. The first one misses; it hits the column behind him. The other one hits dead center in one of them, and the other one hits the other creature that's coming out of the wall. What are you going to do with the fourth one? Before I have to roll damage.
I'm going to double up, and then I'll start rolling damage. But I'm going to double up on let's just say the second one that I hit.
Okay.
And that is a 12.
Okay.
And so we roll damage?
Yeah. I need you to roll me 3 4-siders, please.
I got a 1 and 2 3s.
Okay. By the way, it is so weird doing combat and things like that without a DM screen. Just so you guys know.
And then
With
plus
guys that are
6.
DM to game digital, it is so weird not doing it without having a screen here in front of me.
Now, do you want me to add these up, or are you going to do that?
No, I'm handling it right now. Brother Arborsgate, you're over there near the one that he hit, and you see the first dart with the beautiful red plumage hit one in the shoulder. It kind of staggers him back. The other one goes right through its open mouth and explodes out through the back of the head, and you watch it fall lifelessly to the ground. The other one that he saw, Brother Eelslick, you see the first miss, you see the second one. It actually misses him clean, but it hits part of the column he was by, and it actually on the ricochet, it manages to hit him and cuts this wide swath of flesh off of his face, revealing nothing but this inside beneath the flesh. The head must have been just totally full of worms and maggots, and they just start clumping out of the face onto the ground at its feet. That is everybody on your round. So now it's my turn. Brother Eelslick, you are over the top corner.
Hey, Carlos.
Yeah.
I didn't get a turn, brother.
I'm sorry, Brother Badgerheart. I'm sorry, I missed you. Please go ahead.
So I had my katana out.
Yes.
I believe, so what do I have near me?
This
I know Doug.
This is what you have around you going back to the map. Okay. Brother Cayuzo killed the one where my cursor is right now. Okay. Brother Arborsgate was over here with Brother Tanner, and they killed this one over here. These two remain alive, and they were heading towards the middle of the party.
Okay, so those two down towards the end
are dead.
Okay.
And these two are coming towards you, and you are at this junction right here.
Okay, so are they easily within reach of my katana?
Range at this point, yes, sir.
Okay, so I'm gonna go at it with my katana.
I got a comment over here in the chat. Lamashu goes, I thought this was Bunnies and Burrows. For those of you who remember that. Okay, Badgerheart, what'd you roll?
I rolled an 11.
Okay, Badgerheart comes with his katana. You hit one of them and you spin him with the force of your blade, but you don't feel like you did all that much damage. You definitely pushed him back. When you hit him, nothing but this horribly sickly yellow pus kind of comes rolling out of the body. Now it's their turn. The bottom one, since we're at the bottom of the screen, on odds they're going to go for Eelslick, on evens they're going to go for Badgerheart, this first one. That one is coming towards Brother Eelslick. Brother Eelslick, it reaches out to you and tries to rake you with its claws. It reaches out, rakes right where your head would have been, but because you're so lithe of movement, you just kind of flow like water around its strike. It just easily misses you. The other one is going to come also, no, it's going to come at you, Brother Badgerheart. Brother Badgerheart, it reaches out to you and you kind of pommel punch it away, its blow, with as it reaches out to try to rake you. So it misses as well. At the top of the screen, meanwhile, the one that turned around and is heading towards Brother Tanner is going towards him right now. Brother Tanner, that is a hit. And it does. Brother Tanner reaches out and manages to rake the front of your chest. You feel pain in there, like a kind of like a burning pain as it claws down the front of your chest. Take 3 points of damage. And the other one that's near the top, the two that are near the top of the screen, one of them is going to attack Brother Brayburn. Brother Brayburn, reaches out to you and it misses you cleanly. In fact, it starts to stagger a little bit towards the middle of your group. Whoever attacks that one, whether if it's Brother Brayburn or Brother Arborsgate. No, I take that back. Brother Tanner would be the other one. You would get a significant bonus to attack on it because it's so exposed right now. And the last one of them is going to attack Brother Arborsgate. Brother Arborsgate reaches towards you with its claws and rakes you. Take 3 points of damage as well. The little bit of cut that it has on you, I need both of you to roll me a 20-sided.
And by both of you mean me and Patrick.
Yes, you and Patrick, please.
19.
Okay, Arborsgate?
11, sir.
Okay. It does not look like, as it hit you, Tanner, it hurt, but it does not look like it broke the skin with its claws. So you're all right. Brother Arborsgate, as it hits you, you said 11? You said you rolled an 11, correct?
Yes, sir.
That thing came real close to opening up an open wound on you. But it does not open a wound on you. Okay, we get to begin with this round, Brother Eel Slick. You are at the bottom of the screen. You're right here where my cursor is. You've just killed one of them right over here. Okay? Or actually, you turn around and kill that one with him. I take that back. So you're closer to right about here right now. You could turn and attack this one, or you could attack this one at the top of the screen right here that's coming out of the wall, out of the column towards the rest of the group. All the other ones are shooting into melee, which you said you wanted to avoid.
Yeah, and so the two that you mentioned, I'm in melee range for them.
Yes, you are.
Okay. Well, I will strike with my open hand, and on the first attack, I'll use Fist of the Ocean's Waves.
Ooh. Make me a 20-sider.
Okay. It's a 16, which I think is armor class 2.
That is a hit. And the other one?
Second attack is a 15, so armor class 3.
Okay. Roll me a 10 and roll me, excuse me, 2 10-siders and 2 6-siders.
Okay. Well, the 6s are great. The 10s were a 4 total. The 6s were a 12 total.
Wow. Okay. Brother Harstow, you're close enough to see this. You recognize the technique. You don't know it. You've been trying to learn it. Brother Eel Slick gathers himself for a moment, and you just see him lunge forward with a fist that looks like lightning as he comes through the air. Arcs overhead and lands a square shot on one of its head. There's nothing but this puff of putrescence around his arm as he hits it. The whole thing drops like a marionette cut with cut strings. The other strike that he puts underneath on the ribs on it, you just see 3 ribs come out the other side of its body. The whole thing just is laying there in a mess on the ground with Brother Eel Slick over top of it, staring down at it. It was just an unbelievable strike.
Does the putrescent flesh seem to affect me in any?
It does not, because you were not cut by it.
Okay.
Brother Rabbit's Foot, your turn.
I'm going to see if I can.
You are at the top of the screen, by the way, right over here. By this pillar. You've got a dead one right over here. You've got 2 things you can shoot at. You can shoot at the one that's attacking Brother Tanner right over here, or you can attack this one right over here. Your turn.
I am actually going to see if this rabbit can actually kick this time.
Oh, which one are you going for?
Kick 2. Angler spear.
What's that?
Angler spear on whatever the
one attacking Brother Tanner, or the one coming at off the top over at Brother Hearthstone?
Well, he's got that one, and I'm going to go after the one that's alone.
Okay, you go after that one. Please roll me a 20-sider.
And we've got an 18, so I can actually kick today.
That is a hit, and go ahead and once again, those of you who are close enough to see it, you've all watched, you've all practiced Ryoshi. You know the technique. You see his kick come flying out at the side of it. It's just a really well struck blow. Please roll me your 10-sider, or excuse me, your 6-sider. Sorry,
Except
2 6s.
2 6s. Okay. 5 and a 5.
Okay, you hit that Brother Rabbit's foot. You go through the air at your kick on it. You connect with the thing. You're lucky that you don't go straight through the thing with your kick. But as it is, you hit it with such force that it crumples underneath the side of your foot, just almost cutting it directly in half, dropping to the ground next to you. Brother Hearthstone, your turn. What you see is you have a dead, near the top over here, dead creature, dead creature, dead creature, dead creature, something that's attacking Brother Tanner, dead creature. You have 3 here, one coming there this way, one coming this way, one coming this way, and then this way, right over here. 4.
I'd like to quickly look. I don't know if it's going to cost me a segment. That's fine. To see if any more are coming out of the pillars. So I'm trying to get a sense if this is just going to go on forever.
You're close enough to see that you don't believe that there's anything else happening from the pillars.
Okay. Now, did you say someone was in melee?
Yes, something is in melee, and that is with for you the one that is coming from the top, which is right over here, is in melee for you. Or,
okay, well, is it
melee? Take a distance attack and attack the ones that are coming at Brother Tanner right over here.
Oh, okay. Well, is anyone in melee?
Yes, this one right over. Oh, is any character in
yes,
melee?
correct. That I can
Brother
help out.
Tanner is in melee right now.
Okay, I'd like to. Can I do a? I'd like to do the. Hang on, where is it? The. I'm trying to look for my special. Oh, there it is. Angler Spear. Am I in range to do that?
Yes, that is within range. Angler Spear is probably the best martial range thing because it needs a run up. So,
right.
Brother Hearthstone, go ahead and make me a 20.
Okay. A 4.
Okay. Brother Tanner, you see Brother Hearthstone. You see a shadow at first. He comes running up from behind the one that's attacking you. You see him throw out the kick even before he throws this. Bad form, bad posture. His knees weren't right. I mean, your mind is going back to training right away, and you're like, I taught him better than this. Not one single thing about that kick was right, and consequently, he goes flying past the creature, hits the wall with his foot, the bone wall. You see chips of the bone kind of spray outward, and he kind of drops to the ground next to the creature. You know that he used that technique, he's probably helpless right now. Brother Tanner, it's your turn.
Of course it is. Okay, one of my questions is Solitude of the Fisherman. Can you remind me?
Solitude of the Fisherman is a martial art move in which you do the following. The character gains all the powers of meditation as explained underneath the character description, which is basically for every round that you stay in meditation, it's like 2 rounds of rest.
Okay.
The best parts of it is while you're in it, you're immune to heat, cold, hunger, and thirst.
Am I close enough to hit him with the flame tongue?
You are close enough to hit him with the flame tongue.
Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce Fire Friend.
Okay. This is what you guys see. Brother Hearthstone, you're on the ground, you hit the wall, your foot hurts, you're staring up at the ceiling, and then out of the darkness, this roaring blade of this katana lights up the room with actual ambient light. It's the first ambient light you've seen since you've been in here. Go ahead, Brother Tanner.
So I see light at the end of like a tunnel?
Sort of like light at the end of the tunnel.
I think I'm dying.
You would get 2 attacks this round with this.
2.
Yeah.
19.
And
then sometimes I can't see these. And a 5.
Okay. Please roll me a d10.
A d10. Pen is right here. That's an 8.
Okay, Brother Tanner, you're staring up at this, Brother Hearthstone. You see that flash of the blade. The flames go right over top of your head, and it hits the thing right square outside of the neck, and the head just, you hear the sound of like this dead, the sound of like something mushy hit the ground. Its whole head just decapitated. It's on fire. You can see through the eyes, all these maggots starting to burn. The eyes, the little fires inside the skull as everything's roasting around inside of it. As he cut the head off of it, just one quick slash of the blade, katana right back. The thing next to you right down.
Show off.
Don't be jealous.
By the way, with the sudden light in the room, the two that were left, or three that were left, all kind of look up at the light for a second. They're all distracted. Brother Brayburn, it is your turn right now. You have two of them coming from the south of you.
Yeah, these distracted ones, and I'm going to do a Kensai focus of my key to just do maximum damage, and I'm going to go after and take advantage of their distraction.
Okay.
So I'm gonna roll a 6. Or no, that's an 8 with the. Well, do I add in the bonuses?
The straight D10. I've got a macro over here for all of you that's helping me.
Okay. All right.
That's a nice
6.
thing about being online and gaming is I can use technology. So go ahead. What do you got?
6 and a 13.
Okay.
For the first two.
All right. You got 2 more.
Yep. 11 and a 9. And those
Brother
are all
Brayburn,
just.
You take a deep breath. You're looking at your enemies, and all of a sudden, the whole world around you seems to slow down. You can see the individual licking of the flame for a moment. You see Brother Eelslick turning over to look at the other enemies. You can almost count his eyelashes as he turns his head. You see Brother Arborsgate standing next to you, getting ready to rush into battle. Brother Hearthstone had just missed with his flying kick. You can see everything just slow down around you. You feel like if it was raining, you could count raindrops in the air. And when you throw your darts, every single one of them, it's almost like you feel like you could place it right in everyone's forehead. The first dart you throw, you hit, and please roll me a 6-sider. A 4-sider for that.
3.
That's a hit. The first one hits in the jawbone, and you hear the jawbone crack and break. You watch its mouth open. You see individual black blood spatters in the air as it leaves its mouth. Keep going. One more 4.
2.
The other one hits somewhere in the rib cage. You can count almost. You feel like all the feather off the back. One last one, 4-sider.
4.
You hit this one in the stomach, and once again it mouths out something and falls back to the ground. All of them dead. All dead. That one is done. It just kind of collapses right there on the ground, right next to you. And then all of a sudden the world comes right back into speed. Everybody's moving at top speed all the way around. It's jarring for you when that happens. You get so locked into a target, so locked into the way and the form of the dart, how you have to throw. Badgerheart, your turn.
Oh. I can't.
Sorry, helps if I
there we go.
Helps if I unmute it.
well, I get nervous now because of what happened earlier.
Right? Nope. I was muted.
Okay.
Remind me again what the lay of the land is. What we have
left. The lay of the
left.
land is as follows. You have a dead creature right here. Doug has killed this one and this one. You have killed, or Eelslick has killed this one and this one.
Yeah.
These two are dead right over here. One of them was over here, was going after Tanner, and he's dead. That leaves one single, and this one's dead thanks to Arborsgate. This one's coming this way. And Arborsgate is with you, and he's next with you. You're both standing side by side.
Okay, and how far away is this?
Probably it's within melee range. It's within 10 feet.
Okay. All right. So I'm gonna attack with my. I was debating on using my fiery potion, but I don't think that's wisdom right now. That would be.
Okay. What are you gonna do, Brother Badgerheart?
So I'm gonna just go with a katana attack.
Okay.
So
katana.
now, do I get 2 attacks this round then?
You would get 2 attacks this round, yes.
Yeah. Okay. So I got a 14 and a 15, and that's the katana plus 2.
Yeah.
So
the katana whistles through the air. You see it hit across the chest once, Brother Arborskate, because you're right there. The other one hits through the shoulder. Make me 2 10s, please.
I got a 14, a 4 and a 10.
Okay. 4 and 10. The first one across the chest kind of knocks it back. Brother Arborskate, you're right there next to it. It was reaching out towards him. He lops its arm straight off the body, drops to the ground next to it, roars out in pain. Blood and it looks like just these big thick chunks of coagulation just drop out of its arm. It's starting to tumble down to the ground. Brother Arborskate, are you going to finish it?
Yeah, I'll go for its head with a cut.
Okay, make me a 20. 2, actually.
Four and 17.
Okay, you miss with the first one because you were going for the same arm as he was, and it's on the ground now. But you curve back your second strike and come back into the body with it. Please roll me a 10.
1.
Okay. You and Badgerheart ran it through with one blade, and you're kind of at the other side of it, and you both kind of almost end up side by side, holding it up with your blades. The thing is dead on the blades. You're holding it there. The air in the room is quiet, for the exception of the sound of the licking flames from Brother Tanner's katana and the head that's on the ground that's now just really a skull burning. The scent of burning flesh is heavy in the air. The threats are all gone. The columns seem to be totally normal. The maggots that were crawling around in these putrescents are just dying in the air, revealed to fresh air. All is silent in the room right now.
The air actually cleared up after this happened.
Make me a 20-sider, Brother Eelslick and Brother Rabbit's Foot. Yes, there's none of the haze in the air dead.
18.
Brother Eelslick, you don't hear it, Brother Rabbit's Foot?
8.
You hear something outside. It sounds like somebody's singing.
That's hot.
Male, female, what language?
Hard to tell what language it is. It's something singing. Brother Arborskate, you're in the lead of the group right now. The rest of the group is standing in here. As I mentioned, the room is there. All the bodies are in the room with you. In the back of the room, there's that altar that's there on which that plate sits. I described that before. If you need another description of it, I'd be happy to provide it. But there's a door on the top of the room, which you can see. It's right next to where Brother Tanner was standing, and where Brother Hearthstone is laying on the ground after his failed kick on the wall.
A little help.
Your crew is all standing in the room. Everything is quiet except for the sound of the flames. And Rabbit's Foot, your senses are a little sharper than everyone's, except you and Eelslick tend to have the sharpest senses. And
my nose is twitching.
Yeah, you guys you hear Rabbit's Foot something, like I said, it sounds like faint singing out from the hallway. From the way you just came in.
Okay.
And gentlemen, at this point in time, because we had some technical difficulties and we've had some setbacks here, it is now 12 o'clock. I promise to let everybody go after 3 hours of playtime. That means that either you have two choices at this point. I don't consider this to have been 3 hours of convention time. This would have been more like an hour of convention time, maybe even less, probably about 45 minutes. I know that some of you have to be awake first thing in the morning, and some of you are on the East Coast, some of you are on the West Coast. I think it's prudent at this point in time that I adjourn the session for the time being, because I did promise you guys you would be gone in 3 hours. That being said, this is not the end of the playtest session. You guys aren't even close to the end. And it's only been and again, because this isn't really reflective of what a convention playtest would be time-wise. So therefore, as I said, I recommend that we adjourn so that everybody can attend to the business that they had to attend to, unless you guys are all still raring to go and ready to go. It's up to you at this point in time, but I am fine with this being a pause point as well. What say you, everyone?
I would just have one request, that if we are going to pause it here, if somebody could help me up first.
I will go ahead and help him up with a look of disappointment.
Brother Hearthstone, you've seen this look on his face 1,000 times before in practice. He always says that you're not disciplined enough, that you're not principled enough yet, and that your technique is poor, that you should be adhering more to the strictures that Brother Eelslick and Brother Rabbitsfoot have taught you.
No, he learned from me. That's why I missed.
Yeah, I watched him. I was watching, and he taught me everything I know.
It's so hard to look him in the eye as he looks down with you, but at least he helped you up with his hand and not the burning katana in his hand.
That's
so that
true.
was nice of it.
Brother Rabbit's foot, poor form.
Gentlemen, in all honesty, what do you guys say? A pause point now or continue that point?
I am capable of continuing to play, but it really only takes one of us to need to go.
If you are not ready to continue to play, Brother Tanner or Brother Arbor's Gate, or both, I would be most amenable to running you through a solo right now for your your solo that you need to have. Probably Brothers Arbor's Gate would be the best guy for that, but that's neither here nor there. I'm just more concerned about you guys. I made you a promise. So what do you say, Brother Eelslick?
I can go either way. I don't really have
Hearthstone. Do you have other? Do you have obligations? Do not feel peer pressured.
Yeah. So how long would we be talking about if we continued? Because I'm East Coast.
Yeah, I suggest that you know what. You're just asking me that question answers my question.
Wow.
I think that you're. I will adjourn for the evening because I could see in the face that you want to be a hard charger and keep going, but that's not going to happen.
Well, I wouldn't want to go more than an hour because that would put 1 a.m. for me.
Yeah, I think you guys would probably be 2 hours into this. So no, we're going to go a pause point here. The good news is you got the preamble out of the way.
I was going to say I don't want to put it all on him, but I'm pretty well ready to being on the East Coast as well.
No problem, Badger.
So I'm not a third shifter like you are, Carlos.
I'm a hard charging warrior. I'm ready to go right now. Adderall, 20 milligrams of Adderall will do that to you. But no, seriously, guys. You guys have done with the preamble, so this next part, when we do the second part of the playtest, will go extremely quickly. You guys are actually in this. The good news is this. I have learned a couple things, very important things about this. The thing is, technology, it's freaking working great. The new technology I put in here, the map. Did you guys like the map?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Yeah. Now, one thing I
token it out next time, though. I'll token it out a little bit next time.
Yeah. One thing I did notice I thought was interesting is when I was first looking at Twitch on my phone Twitch was lagging almost a minute.
Twitch will do
so then I brought it up on Google, on a browser, and it was actually just a few seconds behind.
It's only off a second.
I also have there's 2 delays in our broadcast. The first is Twitch enforces one, but I have a 5-second delay programmed into my XSplit, which is what I broadcast with. And the reason I do that is just to conserve bandwidth to make sure that we're giving as much bandwidth as possible.
Sure.
This I just realized is a 10 gig file on my computer at this point. Holy moly! Anyway, so what we'll do is we'll adjourn for right now. I will be in touch for the second part of Squaring the Circle.
Sure.
Next part will go very quickly because you're done with the preamble. And like I said, we know a little bit more about how this will react online. We're using a lot of new technology. We're using a lot of new, this online thing is a little bit different than normal. So we're going to be good. Do you guys want me to token out the map? Is that necessary, do you guys think? Or do you guys want me to just go with God here and what we're doing is fine?
I'm okay. I'm backed up. I have slow bandwidth, so I'm always getting locked up on Twitch.
I like the max headroom thing. Is what I think. I think of with you, Doug. It's like you'll be fine for a second, then you'll be like, it's a total max headroom moment.
So, sure. That's awesome.
Being that I'm a child of the '80s, I love that. So
me too. That's incredible.
So yeah, absolutely, Doug. First of all, I would endure plenty of that just to play with you. You're one of my favorite people in the community. So you just keep doing the best you can do, and we'll adjust. So don't worry about that. Okay. Guys, I had a really great time tonight. Brother Eel Slick, thank you so much for showing up. I know you're not part of my regular group here. So I'm hoping to change that. I want to run a game for you and Meredith and your crew. Because I promised you guys an offline thing. All right? When I was at GaryCon. Don't think I ever forgot that. I could only invite one of you to this right now. So I had a hard time deciding who it was going to be. I chose you because I know you're a Greyhawk fan. And you were really responsible for all this. So don't.
This is your fault.
So we will be in the future. You and me will connect with Meredith and your crew, assuming that they're doing a digital game, and that way I can do that because I had something all ready to go for you guys.
Meredith has a little bit of a Zoom allergy, so she might need a lot of persuading.
Well, that's okay. It doesn't necessarily have to be. It doesn't necessarily even have to be something that we show over Twitch.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I mean, if that's what it takes to get Meredith in, this was for her too. So if that's what it takes, then that's what it takes.
A Zoom allergy?
Yeah, I take that to mean that some people don't feel comfortable on Zoom, which is cool.
Yeah.
Which is cool with me.
What, for video wise or otherwise?
It doesn't matter what it is, man. If she doesn't like Zoom, she doesn't like Zoom.
You plug in without video and just go audio. So
she and me, yeah, and that would be cool too. If she has a problem with the video, we'll just put a stock picture of her up there or our character or whatever, and we'll go with there. There's a lot of different things we can do. I just want to play with her because she's awesome. I love you, Meredith. If you're watching out there, you're one of my favorite people out there, and I wouldn't think about doing something without you if I could.
This was a lot of fun, guys. I really like this.
This group is awesome. You guys are 7 badasses. I'm so glad you're playing my 7 samurai. You're playing my 7 magnificent 7. Man, if I could put together a dream team, it would look a lot like this. So thanks a lot for doing this, guys. Brother Badgerheart, thank you for joining as well. I'm going to let you and Brother Eel Slick go. And Brother Brayburn and Brother Hearthstone. You 4, you're on your own recognizance. Do whatever you want to do. Brother Arborsgate, Tanner, and Brother Rabbit's Foot, you're out too right now because you're caught up for solos. But
right.
Brother Arborsgate and Tanner, do you guys want to do a solo? Up to you. If you don't have the stroke right now, that's fine with me.
Well, we can talk about it offline.
Okay, gentlemen, Eel Slick, everyone out there on Twitch who watched us tonight. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you so much for supporting Castle Entertainment. For my entire group of heroes out here, for my 7 samurai, my magnificent 7, David Aho, Brother Rabbit's Foot, Doug Artman, Brother Brayburn, Jeremy Brazil, Brother Tanner, Brother Badgerheart, Tim Decker, who's disappeared, Brother Germansky, Brother Hearthstone, Patrick Hope, Brother Arborsgate, and JC Luxton, Brother Eel Slick. I'm Carlos Lysing, your DM. And this has been Squaring the Circle. I hope to see you again soon. Take care.
Thanks. See you
guys.
Thanks, Carlos.
Have a good one.